push the boundaries of what's possible in the tech world. Your host today is Mokshita Tandon. Yes, that would be me, and I'm very happy to be here today amongst you all. It's great to see such a big turnout today. This is our second edition, and it's wonderful to have it happen in the lovely city of Hyderabad. The first Devsparks was held in May in the Garden City of India, Bengaluru, and just 3 months later, on popular demand, we are back, this time in another garden city, and what Hyderabad was originally called Bagnagar. So are you all excited to be here today? All right, we're going to show you a short teaser of what you can expect with Devsparks 2024. So let's have a look at this video.
Agile, adaptable, ambitious, adventurous. Do these words define you? Are you part of the community transforming India right here, right now? Are you building a better future, all on the back of technology? If you are a developer, you are one of the real architects of tomorrow. One that is smarter, more connected, and inclusive. Today at Devsparks 2024. Get your hands on the latest cutting-edge tech. Apply emerging tech to solve real-world problems. Learn, explore, and evolve together. Get ready to be part of India's tech revolution. Devsparks 2024.
So, we are expecting to have about 500 people in the audience today. Are there really that many? This hall has a capacity of 500. Can I have a shout out from everybody in the audience, please? Thank you. So I'm guessing there are a mix of people here, engineers, developers, technology professionals. Is that right? Can all the engineers say yeah? Okay, developers? Technologists? Men? Women? Okay, that's the one that's outnumbered. The women will have to shout a bit louder. Guys, girls, we have to make our presence felt here. All right, so are you ready to learn, network, explore, and collaborate? Speaking of networking, have you all got onto the YourStory Connect chat? So if you haven't, well, that's a collaboration between YourStory and IntroBot, where you can connect with whoever you want, like-minded people or others, by just sending a request of whom you want to connect with, and they will put your request through and connect you to them. All right? At the time of registration, you would have received a link to the YourStory Connect chat. In case you haven't, there is a code behind your lanyard, so you can just scan it and get onto it, and then connect with whoever you like. All right, so let's get on to a few house rules first. May I request you all to please keep your mobile phones on silent. In case of any emergency, please use the exit gates. There are 2 here, one on my right and the other on the left, and there are 2 behind as well. And if you need any help during the day, please feel free to reach out to our organizers. You will find them wearing YourStory badges. All right, so before we go ahead, here's a big shout out to this amazing institution, ISB. I'm so proud to be here today at the Hyderabad campus of the Indian School of Business, one of the finest institutions our country has, a truly world-class and leading business school of Asia. Now, ISB has launched a new program of entrepreneurship called iVenture Immersive. It's a 6-month full-time program on campus for aspiring entrepreneurs. Let's have a look at this video so we can get more information about it.
Over the years, the Indian School of Business has actively fostered entrepreneurship. We recently established iVenture at ISB, and that has energized our commitment to nurturing entrepreneurial talent. Today, India ranks as the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world and is experiencing unprecedented growth. Driven by Government of India's encouragement and support, a growing number of venture capitalists, and a rising culture of innovation, we are poised to disrupt the next wave of entrepreneurial innovation. As India's entrepreneurship landscape flourishes, we anticipate a surge of entrepreneurs Women and men, young and old, from big and small cities, are starting up, creating jobs and contributing to the economy. But starting up comes with its share of challenges and risks. And that's why ISB is stepping in. Introducing IVY, iVenture Immersive, a world-class entrepreneurship program where vision meets venture in an experiential, intense, transformative, 6-month, full-time, on-campus experience at ISB. IVY is more than an incubator. It's more than a school. This is a safe place for first-time entrepreneurs to test their ideas and build a viable venture. This is not an MBA program. You don't need to take a CAT or a GMAT exam. You don't need to be a math genius or an English orator. You don't even need a college degree. All you need is a passion to excel and solve a problem with commitment and innovation. You need fire in the belly. IVY will connect you to ISB's global alumni, 16,000 of them in 60 different countries. Top VCs, experienced founders, and esteemed faculty. We will delve into a curriculum that of course covers the basics: accounting, finance, marketing, negotiations, AI and data analysis, but will go way beyond the basics with real-world case studies taught by experienced practitioners. Our mission? To equip first-time entrepreneurs with the skills and mindset needed to thrive in today's dynamic business landscape. Join us on this journey of innovation and entrepreneurship. The future of startups begins with IVY, and ISB is proud to lead the way.
All right. So thank you once again to our Academy and venue partners, ISB. It's nice to see more people walking in. Take your time. We have all day. Can I please request you all to just hurry up a bit and take your seats quickly? Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. All right. So before we get on to the first act of the day, or shall I say the opening address, a quick line about what today is going to be about. It's basically about understanding emerging technologies for developers, and to share more information about the themes that are going to be covered today, may I please invite on stage Rishabh Mansoor, Head Community, YourStory, to give us the opening address. Rishabh, here you are. Please give him a round of applause.
It's fantastic to see all of you here in this room, and I was just sitting in the front row here when all of you were really showcasing how much energy all of you have brought into this room. It's really mind-blowing. YourStory, as you all know, comes from Bangalore. We've built our base there. We don't usually do events in Hyderabad. We were quite nervous coming here. We didn't know what the response would be like. But I think just in the first 5 minutes of being here, being in the same room as all of you, I feel even more energized now. And I'm happy to give you all a little bit more context about why we decided to do Devsparks here in Hyderabad. But first, let me tell you a little bit about our point of view, what we think about the tech ecosystem in India, right? What we really see happening over the next 1 decade is that India really has a chance to lead the world in innovation, something that we haven't had before, where we build something truly world-class on the back of foundational technology. Keep in mind, this is true not just for AI, which is of course the buzzword at the moment, There are so many other fundamental technologies being built in India with massive potential for building something impactful. Digital public infrastructure such as India Stack, ONDC, UPI, and so much more, as well as all of the cool innovation that's happening across various sectors. Now, India, of course, has tens of millions of developers. There's absolutely no shortage of talent. And there is definitely no shortage of hunger or ambition, or as we saw in the video, fire in the belly, right? So what we see at YourStory happening in the next few years are several key moments in India where all of you, sitting right here in this room, build something that puts us on the global map and plays a role in transforming the nation into a tech powerhouse. This is the real reason behind starting Devsparks. Devsparks is basically a series of developer summits across India where we are bringing all of you together under one roof to learn, explore, and evolve together. We hope to bring all of you access to the most cutting-edge technology out there so that you can solve some of the hardest problems facing us. Our first edition in Bengaluru in May was a resounding success where so many of India's best tech and engineering minds got together to share their perspectives on the future of India's tech ecosystem. Now, we are here in Hyderabad, where we hope to do the same. So we are super excited for all of the content and sessions that we've planned today. We have some very interesting conversations around product building, evolution of compute, building for population scale, space tech, Gen AI, and so much more to look forward to. So we hope that you enjoy them, and we hope that all of you have some meaningful takeaways from today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that opening address, Rishabh. Up next, we have a fireside chat on a topic that's top of mind these days, like Rishabh mentioned, the evolution of compute. Discover the newest improvements in processing, including better cloud computing and edge computing solutions. Our guest this session is entrepreneur and technocrat Shrikant Gadam, CTO Zaggle. Shrikant's previous manager, in his LinkedIn recommendation, describes him as someone who just gets it. He is able to apply a good business understanding of a problem and translate it into a technology solution. We can't wait for the man who just gets it to join us on stage and share his deep knowledge of the subject. Moderating the session is Rishabh Mansoor, Head Community YourStory. Please welcome them both on stage.
Shrikant, absolute pleasure to have you here at Devsparks at our first ever edition here in Hyderabad. I'd like to understand from you, now of course you saw the response that we've got. Of course you've been working with developers for such a long time. What are some of the top 2 or 3 interesting things that you've seen in this ecosystem in the last few months? And I'm asking you this just so that we can set some context before we really deep dive into the topic that we have at hand.
Firstly, thanks everyone for showing up. Amazing response. Thanks, YourStory. Both like edge, like we see edge computing today, I think we see that it's been evolving, but it has been there, right? It's been there for a pretty long time. So we started with edge computing. Maybe I want to engage the audience and ask them, developers, right? Anyone can say like what is their understanding of edge?
Just shout it out. I'm sure we can hear you from here.
Right? So it's been there, right? So all these desktop applications, PCs, we had them, right? So now what is changing is there are more devices which are getting more and more powerful, which we didn't have earlier. And today the number of IoT devices has crossed more than 50 billion. Imagine, right, 50 billion IoT devices. All these IoT devices are edge computing devices. Closer, yeah, sure. Okay. You want to talk about some use cases, Rishabh?
Yeah, absolutely. But before we go into the use cases, can you set some context for India? Because we've been seeing so much of infrastructure development, and what I mean by this, of course, is the network infrastructure, hardware infrastructure that enables more seamless communication. At the same time, what does this mean for computing going forward?
Awesome. So, guys, like what I see, Rishabh, is like India has adopted the mobile revolution much more than the PC revolution, right? So, when you look from the Western world and here, we were very late in adopting the PC. So, because PC is very expensive, inaccessible to us, but mobile devices were much more accessible, and the network, the 3G, 5G, and all spread a lot more rapidly in India than any other nation. When we look at this aspect, the adoption has been very high, and the solutions were a lot catered around this thing. We can take an example of, I was talking to Rishabh, DigiYatra, right? So that's one use case. So yeah, that's more. Another thing was when it comes to distributed computing, the cloud also has grown tremendously, right? So earlier in India, like I think 2018 was the first when the AWS region came to India. Prior to that, so I was building solutions which were closer to India, which is in the Singapore data center. Then the Indian laws of data localization made us move, and AWS also was very actively working to build a region in India. And it was first the Mumbai region, then that's like one, you can talk about one edge which came up. Then today we even have the Hyderabad region as well. So yeah, a lot of advances in the cloud has enabled both distributed computing and edge.
Shrikant, I'd like to understand how new innovators and how technologists are thinking about distributed and edge, purely from a startup perspective, because you are a startup mentor, right? You have advised and worked so closely with many startups. So how are you seeing them integrating these concepts, and are any of them building new stuff that can, take the sector forward?
Sure, that's an interesting question. How there is no one approach, right? Both are very good computing approaches, and both solve very good use cases. Now, for any innovation, right? So it's about solving a particular problem, right? So I'll take an example here, Rishabh. So let's take an example of autonomous or self-driving cars, right? That's been I think everybody's closely observing that. So a lot of computing power has come closer to the vehicles. And now what has happened is, like, we are able to get these large amounts of data to the devices, right? So the autonomous vehicle collects the data, right, through its various sensors. Right? It's collecting the image data, video data, and now there's a compute has to happen, and it has to take a decision. Now that decision has to happen instantaneously, right? We cannot send these large packets of data back to a cloud, or you can call the distributed systems, and there the compute happens and ships it back. This is too much of delay, right? So people look at it, okay, hey, for this particular problem, I'll go with an edge computing. And now that the processing power is available on these devices, so let's solve it then and there and give a decision, right? So that's the approach which innovators are like any problem, technology solutions are looking at it. I would say look at not as a one particular approach, but it's a mix of approaches. That's how which I have been following, and that's what would yield the results, because there's a mix of both edge and cloud computing.
Absolutely, Shrikant. I'd like to get a quick show of hands from the audience. How many of you are founders? I don't expect to see too many hands, but how many of you are already founders, if any, in the audience? I see a few hands. Now the important question, how many of you want to become founders at some point? Okay, that's a lot of hands. So, Shrikant, one thing that's happening in the same context is that with tech becoming so easy and so accessible, we're also seeing a lot of developers, a lot of tech talent also honing their business skills, also honing their marketing, business acumen, and in some way, trying to build a product, build and scale a product themselves. Of course, now it's that much more easier with AI and other stuff, right? So what do you see this trend? I think earlier you told me that, the developers are going to be the next CXOs, the next founders and the next CTOs. So how can they really make this transition happen? Because, there's so much competition in India, there's so much noise. How do you find the signal out of it? Very difficult.
Okay, so as I said, right, whenever I'm doing like my mentorship one, so this year I'm not actively doing, but every year I take up a couple of startups. One thing I say to my team and everything is, both the doers and thinkers have to be the same, okay? So developers associate themselves to as doers, right? Hey, tell me what to do and I'll do. They rely on product folks, business folks, and say, you just tell me, I don't want to think about all these things, let me do. All right? So this is one mindset which I adopted. I said, hey, no, I cannot just be a doer. I need to wear the hat of thinker, right? So to answer your question, Rishabh, I think it's all Devsparks here, right? All developers more, right? Wear that hat of a thinker, okay? Once you wear the hat of a thinker, you can come up with more, because you'll get a very vague, generic statement of a problem, right? Product wants to solve this or business wants to solve this. You get the chance, because you're building, I think I would say we get the chance to think deeper than the product and the business. That's when we explore. You discuss with the product persons, ask them tons of questions, right? Challenge them and give up with innovative solutions. And that's where you transition into becoming a good leaders. That answers your question?
Yeah, and where it really connects for me is you mentioned autonomous driving vehicles, right? So there is a problem statement that needs to be solved, and it's something that, of course, people find by talking to people, engaging with their communities, really seeing what problems people have in their lives, and then trying to solve it, right? That's how a startup usually takes form. And now we're seeing technology being one very good problem solver in this case, right? So I'd like to also ask you, how can distributed and edge computing sort of enable more startups to come out, right? Like you gave us the autonomous vehicle example, but do you foresee more startups really making use of the infrastructure that's really available to us, it's available to all of us here in this room? And how do you see that really translating into the next generation of startups being created?
Absolutely, Rishabh. See, a lot of the problems which were unsolved earlier are getting solved today just because of the availability of technology, right? So it's not that people were not aware of these problems. The problems were there, right? We all knew. Okay, late in maybe 60s or 70s, we might have read in those comics books, those early comics books where we had the flying cars, autonomous vehicles, or we saw in Bond movies and all, right? We saw those tech, right? Now that is becoming a reality because of the technology, right? And what I am foreseeing, right, a lot more adoption of these, and like there were use cases, Rishabh, which I think of India, right? Let's think about, like, because I always think about, okay, what is the problem which I want to solve in the society, right? What are the problems? So let's pick a problem of, we have a CCTV surveillance everywhere, right? So it's like India is really, really growing fast in the CCTV surveillance. Now, can there be action taken through the CCTV surveillance? Think of that particular camera which is recording. It captures an incident. That incident could be a traffic violation or it could be an emergency. Now, can it assess what it is and provide the first aid response, emergency response to that particular incident? So those are the things which are possible today. Maybe someone is already solving those, I'm not aware, but these are definitely good problems to solve and are easily solvable now.
You know, Shrikant, I was talking to the CTPO of Licious a few months back at Devsparks in Bangalore. What he told me, and the sort of transition that he's been seeing happening, is that with a lot of automation coming in, with AI coming in, a lot of developers are looking to, like I said earlier, hone their business skills and sort of, become the business heads who lead product, who lead tech, but also have a very strong sense of business, right? Do you think that is because of automation, or do you think that's because we are so ambitious, we are so hungry, we always want the next big thing, especially as Indians?
Not sure if I got your question correctly. Can you rephrase this?
Sure. I just want to understand why this transition is happening, and it's sort of not that huge at the moment, but I definitely think that a lot of early stage developers are going to become business heads, especially because a lot of redundancies and mechanical tasks can be taken care of by an assistant, right? So the next logical solution for them would be to get into business.
Good one. So I'll go with this one, right? So how I see this, technology is a leverage for business, okay? Right, so technology alone, I might see someone might disagree with me, but technology standalone rarely creates a business, right? So it's just a leverage for business. So you find a business problem, and that business problem can be solved through technology. Now, what technology enables is a problem which is today solved through a human service or through a process. Technology enables them to automate. Now, the developers community, or the just developers or the technology leaders, when they see through this that, hey, this particular problem I can solve at scale and provide it as a scalable solution to organizations like B2B or a B2C, right? Then they see that, okay, why not me wear this business hat and take it to market? And Indian ecosystem, like I think, as providing that good enough platform, the awareness is a lot more. People are not shying away from taking that risk to start up on their own and build this. And there's a lot of been success stories in India, right? So that's one thing which is playing out. And the other thing which I feel is like 1990s and then 2000s and now, right? So a lot of the younger folks are the second generation techies. Okay, I would say I was the first generation techie in my family, right? So all come from a business family. So I was the first guy into techie. So for me to take that leap was a bit like a lot of people in my batch wouldn't take that leap. But now we see families who are like, they're engineers who are seeing that they were heading leadership roles in Microsoft's, Oracle's, Google's of the world, and they have their kids in their 20s, right, who are now ready to take this leap, and they are not interested to take those jobs. They want to experiment. They want to wear those thinking hats.
Shrikant, just before we end the session, we'd like to engage the audience with a couple of questions. So you can see that there are 2 standing mics on both of the aisles. So if any of you have a question for Shrikant, please make your way to the mic. We'll have time for only 2 questions, unfortunately, but he will be around and you can always reach him in case you have any questions. So I see, is there anybody who would like to ask Shrikant a question? Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, Shrikant. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. So one quick question. So I'm into cloud DevOps engineer. So what is that suggestion you would give to if I want to become a founder and start my own startup?
Okay. You are firstly in cloud DevOps. That's an amazing space. So a lot of problems in that area, right? Because you already have garnered a lot of experience in that space. And a lot of companies, if you look at the data problems which they're solving, have come from that space. Like Snowflake, right? One of the sponsors here. It's a data problem, right? And you talk about Datadog, right? You talk about New Relic. You talk about, there's so many startups which came from that space. So these are the problems which are very close. So the direction is look at those problems which are not like, they're not new problems. Either they are solved inefficiently or not solved in a cost-efficient way. So if you look at how do I solve in an efficient way in terms of speed and in terms of cost, I think those 2 are the matrices which you need to address.
Thank you.
And then once you start, reach out to us, we will cover your story.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, I think we have one more question there.
Hello. Hi, Shrikant. Are you able to hear me? Myself, Pawan. I want to ask your opinion about the Gen AI, right? I definitely see there is a very good use case for that. But if we peel through the hype it has at the current moment, do you think it is scalable and cost optimized?
Yeah, hi, Pawan. I think there's a specific session on Gen AI, but since you asked me, sure, see, there's a technology which a lot of us are exploring. Every organization is exploring and taking a jab at it. Cost efficiency will come in, and even today it is cost efficient, but organizations are working towards finding more real-time use cases, right, which can help other businesses to solve. So yeah, it will take time. Okay, so it's like there was an early adoption of a lot of things we wanted to solve, but slowly I think it will come to the stage where we find the right use cases. It's a time for it to mature, right? So we'll get there. Yeah.
Thank you.
We can do one more question if there's anybody else. There's one there. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, this is Ramakrishna. So you spoke about the self-driving cars and all. So, but we have seen from Minister Nitin Gadkari saying that, that would, a lot of people would lose jobs because of that self-driving cars in India and all. So do you think that particular innovation in India will be successful at all? Because the government also should be supportive of these ideas that are coming out of the innovators, right?
Hi, Ram. So, not much into government policies and politics, but see, no, let's look at this, any bodies, right, like a government body or anybody, right? They cannot stop innovation, right? Innovation is like a general evolution, right? It just happens. You cannot stop through policies and all, right? There's maybe some time you'll put those policies and all, but eventually innovation takes that leap ahead, right? So I believe every time technology provides new opportunity, there are again new opportunities also arise for jobs as well. So I remember when computers, this is a story everybody knows, right? When computers came into picture, everybody said, hey, we'll lose a job, right? When ATMs came into picture, hey, bank people lose a job. When online bookings for railways came, people thought that railways will lose their jobs, but nothing has that sort happened, right? So it's just the same thing, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shrikant. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. If any of you have more questions, Shrikant, tell us what's the best way to reach you.
Thanks, Rishabh. Yeah, you can guys reach me. I'm just there. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, but don't run out of the auditorium right now. He'll be around. Yeah, Shrikant, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Shrikant and Rishabh, for that very educational session. All right, before we move on to the next session, I have a few prizes to give away. May I ask my colleague Trisha to please help me hand over some mugs? Okay, I'm going to ask you a few quick quiz questions based on what's been covered so far, and anyone in the audience can answer, but just maybe shout out loud, because the prize will go to whoever can be heard ultimately. All right. Okay. Hyderabad is originally also called what? I only heard Nagar. Aarti Nagar. Bag, yes, yes. Oh, that's what Google taught me. Okay, it's Bhagya Nagar. Thank you. Bhagya Nagar. Now you're all saying different things. Which one? Bhagya Nagar. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. What? Bhagya Nagaram. Okay, Bhagya Nagaram. That is the absolute correct answer. So I'm going to go with the gentleman there to give him the prize in the blue striped shirt. Please, Trisha, there. So you can stand up and take your mug. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Thank you. All right. What is the name of the 6-month program? Yeah, full form, guys, full form. Okay, no, IVI is very easy. Come on. What, sir? Backside. Oh. Yeah, but either way, it was a quick answer. So let's give. Come on. Yeah, he said it first. I'll give you the next prize, sir. Don't worry. Be ready. Sit at the edge of your seat only like you're sitting right now. Okay, Trisha, here, this gentleman. All right. I'm going to quickly take this moment to thank our partners, which is Snowflake, Manayatri, iVenture Immersive, and Hiring Eye. I know some of the names at the back, but sir, I'm going to give you a chance. Say all of them right away. Who are the 4 partners? Come on. All 4. Someone give me all 4 names. Sir is just doing thumbs up. Okay, I have to get. Yeah, okay. Yes, yes. Everyone's, a lot of people in checks today, so how do I define? Trisha, please give it to the gentleman there. Yeah, thank you. All right, a big round of applause for him. Okay. Complete the sentence. Mr. Shrikant said, doers and thinkers have to be same. Same was the word. The gentleman in the mustard yellow shirt. Yeah, but correct. He's got his award from the stage. So, all right. We have time for a couple of more quiz questions. Abhiram? Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and ask till someone throws stones to get off the stage. All right. This is another statement made by Mr. Shrikant. Technology is a dash for business. Wow, okay, I'm going to give it to the lady because we need some more women answering. Come on. Please represent our kind. Yes. Trisha, don't forget him. All right. So I am going to introduce the next session, and then if we still have time, I'll continue asking more questions. Otherwise, we're going to run out of our prizes right away. All right. So following this is another very relevant and interesting topic of conversation, unlocking the secrets to creating winning go-to-market strategies with data. We will be diving into real-world examples and learning how to use data to pinpoint target markets, customer segments, channels, and sales tactics. Our speaker this session is Mr. Kaushal Velluri, Head of RSI Partners, Snowflake India. Kaushal excels at strategic thinking, driving transformational change, and executing plans to meet business goals. One of his key mottos is, always do what you're afraid to do. Something that is hard for a lot of us. Maybe we will get to hear some related anecdotes during your session. Please join me in welcoming this dynamic leader and detail-oriented go-getter. Put your hands together for Kaushal Velluri, and please also welcome once again on stage our moderator Rishabh Mansoor, Head Community YourStory.
Now I think everybody has started taking notes because they're expecting the quotes from this session. So Kaushal, all the pressure is on you. You have to deliver some very good quotes.
I'll have to figure out some quotes. Shrikant, you set the bar too high, man.
So Kaushal, a lot of folks said they wanted to become founders, and it's easier than ever to start up. It's harder than ever to scale and grow. Intuition has played a very important role in where a founder senses growth, where a founder senses scale. But with so much data available, we are seeing that you cannot anymore make any decisions without a robust data-driven strategy, right? How have you folks seen this transition happen, and why has the importance of data-driven strategies, especially for GTM and scale, become so important?
Thanks, Rishabh. One, of course, thank you for being here in Hyderabad. I think it's absolutely fantastic to see a full auditorium here. You guys have to start doing more events over here and start coming more often. When he started off by saying that this is the first time that we're doing it in Hyderabad, I was wondering why. Right? And so this is your answer. You have to start coming back more often. Just coming back to the question that you asked, and it's a classic fight between the heart and the mind. Right? It's dil ki sune ke dimag ki sune in terms of trying to get ahead. Let me take a little shift and come and try and answer your question. My parents are married for about 55 years. And incidentally, my dad is in the audience today as well. But my parents are married for about 55 years, right? And they started off the whole thing with an arranged marriage. What does that mean? It means it started off with the whole data thing. Right? Ladki kaisi hai, ladka kaisa hai, kaam kitna hai, how much salary does he earn, and so on and so forth.
First use case. The original use case.
Original use case, right? And then slowly over the course it became intuition, because as they got married and they started setting up the life, it got into the fact of saying, okay, this is what he likes, this is what she likes, and so on. Don't ask my mom, of course. She'll say that the intuition took a long time to kick in as compared to he did. But that's a different story over a different thing. I'm about 25 years married. My story started with a love story, right? So which means mine started with an intuition. Kuch to hai ladki mein. Right? Thankfully, she thought the same thing as well. We had an MVP, we got married, and then of course the whole data thing kept in when you started doing, when you started wooing each other, because you thought about, okay, this is what she likes, some of our likes are same, some of our not, and so on and so forth. But what I'm trying to arrive at is that the fact of it's not an or statement, right? I don't think it can ever be intuition or data. It's very much an and statement, right? A lot of times, however, the point always is how much of dependence do you have on either one of them. If you go a lot towards intuition, you tend to become more from a baggage-oriented. Things have happened in the past, things have not happened in the past. This product has been tried out, this market has been tried out, and so on and so forth. Right? If you go a lot towards the data thing, then I sometimes very strongly believe it gets into a lot of analysis. Right? Let's start slicing the data. How much will you slice the data? Right? How much will you slice and splice the data? How much will you get into it? The danger becomes analysis leading to paralysis. Right? And I think Shrikant mentioned at the point where he said at some point of time, you have to take that balance and you have to take that leap of faith. And you say, hey, I've got an intuition that there is a potential area in this market that I can exploit or I can find a solution for. Let me try and validate that with data. Let me try and see if data validates all of that. Right? Or the other way approach, where I say, no, you are developers, all of you, like he mentioned, and Srikanth talked about it as well, there are a lot of you who say, hey, I want to be founder at some point of time. You're dealing with data every day. If you see a spark of somewhere in that, right, and you have an intuition that maybe this is an area that can potentially be a product, right, start looking at data more actively, start analyzing that more often, start splicing that data, but at that same time, keep that gut feeling somewhere. Right? So always, I believe it's an and statement. It's a combination of intuition and data that gets in, but somewhere, at some point of time, you have to take that leap of faith and say, okay, I've done enough analysis, I've got enough data, I believe that there is something over here, let's take that leap of faith. And I'm sure a lot of you have done that. Right? A lot of you have taken that leap of faith of starting an organization and saying, let's try and work this out. Success, not success, different issue. Right? But that's where that balance has to be.
Kaushal, now you need to give us a few examples. How can companies really, not just companies, but anyone, right? How can they really ensure that collection of data also happens in the appropriate way? And how do they sort of design those strategies around it? So just some examples and some use cases that all of us can really relate to.
Sure. Sounds good. How many of you have seen Ted Lasso? Just a quick show of hands. How many of you have seen Ted Lasso? Right? Okay, if you haven't seen Ted Lasso, please make it a point to go back and see that. I think it's one of the best examples of leadership and organization that you can see. The reason I refer to that is there's a beautiful line in Ted Lasso, right? And he says, be curious, not judgmental. And I think that's where the whole thing starts off. Be curious about the data that you're collecting. If you're collecting data as an organization and be curious about it, saying, what is it that I'm collecting? What is the objective that I'm collecting it for? How do I build on that objective, right? A data will always make sense if it is aligned to a business objective. Data standalone, right, is data. I mean, all of us have data, right? We all have apps, we all have games, we all have lots of data. But if you have aligned it to a business objective as to why you want to do that, then that collection of data takes a life of its own, because then you are measuring it on KPIs. And remember the kind of organization that you are in, or the kind of target segment that you're targeting, the collection of data varies. The biggest challenge today, and Srikanth mentioned that beautifully, was just the amount of data and the endpoints that are there. Right? Just today, if you have to collect data, there are websites on mobile that you can collect it from. There are websites, I mean, if you have a website as an organization, there is mobile data, there is data that can come in from laptops, there is data that can come in from POS, right? There is tons of data. So how do you collect the data? How do you work along that, right? As a developer, have a question that says, what is the end result? What is the objective that I want to drive towards? Right? So it's not easy, but can you stand up somewhere and ask your, I don't know, project leader or your CEO, can somebody come to Srikanth and say, okay, what is the end result that you want to attain by collecting this data and by analyzing this data? Because then the KPIs come into the picture. Then the KPIs lead you to saying, okay, to what extent do I need to collect? To what extent do I slice and dice that data? Right? So all of those aspects come into the picture the moment you start thinking about, are there sources of data? How do I collect the data? What do I do with them? And then again, remember, it's just different kinds of data coming into different formats. Right? And that's where technology comes in. So that's why you're saying, hey, can I put all of that into one single space? Right? Can I create a single face of truth for myself? Can I analyze and have a visual representation of that data that I can take to somebody? So how does a dashboard make sense? Right? So all of those lines, all of those things come into the picture. A very simple example is somebody, one of our customers essentially started that whole journey by saying they have a very unique, I would say, business proposition, for want of a better word. So this organization essentially works with farmers, tells them exactly how their farms are, what is the boundary line, so it incorporates drone data. Right? What does your farm look like? What is the yield that you're getting from the farm? How are you using that? Can I give you carbon credits to offset? Can you now sell the carbon credits on the market to earn some additional revenue? Right? So tons of things that they now have to collect and incorporate. So how did they do it? They said, okay, what is our end result? Our end result is helping the farmers. And that's an objective that we want to do. What are the data that I need to collect? Maybe drone and satellite data, because I have to tell them where the boundary marking of his farm is. What do I need to collect? Yield data, right? How much has he or she has produced over a period of time? What is the soil? So I need to now incorporate data from agricultural sources, right? So how do I do that integration of that data? Then analysis on that data to be able to give the farmer back the relevant information, right? Again, end result, objective, target audience, what's the kind of data, where do I collect it from, how do I bring it into one single place, how do I run analysis, and maybe create a dashboard that I can show to everybody. A cycle that sort of operates on the whole data.
So how do you really create this cycle? Because see, this is the interesting part in terms of how specific can you customize your data cycle and all of your systems to sort of hit the sweet spot for what your business needs, right? Because every sector is so nuanced, there's just so many variables out there. And like you said, you should always keep, your North Star in mind. How do you really go about it step by step? Because each step requires, if you're at a bigger company, you need multiple approvals, people may not agree, you might have debates. How do you really navigate that space?
I mean, that's a very interesting, broad-ended thing, right? Because like you rightly said, every organization, every size of organization, everything differs. How do I actually build a data-driven culture? I think the most important thing for that to happen is it has to be top-down. There has to be a culture of data that comes into the organization. It has to be somewhere from top-down. It says, hey, what's the importance of collecting that data? Why are we doing that? How are we analyzing? So you have to create a data-driven culture within the organization. Because then everybody is aligned towards a common goal. Everybody is then saying, whether you're a small organization or a large organization, then you're saying, this is the reason why we are doing it, and this is the path that we have to take, right? Collection of data is not, with all due respect, is not that difficult, right? A large organization has data across many, many years, and it's sitting all over the place. Right? A small organization that's just starting off potentially can get data from external sources and incorporate that. The collection of data may not be that big an issue. I think the issue or the challenge rather, not the issue, but the challenge that comes in is more about now that I have data in one place, what am I going to do with it? Right? How do I analyze that data for the right aspect? And that is where the entire business thought process and more importantly, the culture comes in. Because if you're doing, there are two ways to do it, right? We have data, let's analyze it and let's see क्या निकलता है इसमें से. फिर देखते हैं कि product बनेगा या नहीं. So that's one approach to take. Let's try that out. The other approach to take is actually a data-driven which says, hey, these are my business objectives for this year. Right? I want to take a viable product that can go out into the market in this particular segment. Right? So I am an insurance company and I am now thinking about taking a insurance premium product to high net worth individuals. Or let's turn it around. I'm a real estate company. Right? I have a property that is 18 crores. Who am I going to take it to? Right? I need high net worth individuals that I'm going to take it to. All right? Where is that data? Who are these HNIs that I can take it to? Can I incorporate that data from external sources? Okay, I have the HNIs now in Hyderabad that I can target. Right? Where are they based? What are they buying? Where exactly are they buying it from? Can I now work on slicing the data in terms of maybe incorporating or bringing in data from external sources of people who are buying, let's say, from jewelry? Right? How do I now? Okay, now I have these high net worth individuals or data that has been created. How am I marketing to them? Right? Can I now do, for example, A/B testing? Can I do multiple things that I can send it to them? Right? Can I do different emails, different ways of reaching out to them, test which works best, and then be able to arrive at something? So all of that is very, very seeped in the entire data culture. Because one thing is somebody at that end taking that project and running it down the entire data life cycle and saying, this is why we are doing it. And the other side is saying, need to hide HNI ka data aa gaya, let's just generally send them emails. Right? So I think that's where the difference comes in. Can you create a data-driven culture in the organization, whether you're small or big, and then walk down that path?
Makes sense, Kaushal. Some of these companies that have managed to do it, I think their marketing efforts have really progressed. And I mean, of course, I don't like being spammed with marketing, but I can't help it when some of the ads are so targeted and they sort of know exactly what I want, right?
That's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it's scary. But at the same time, I've made so many purchases also and discovered new products which I didn't know I liked, but I really did, right? So what are some of the analytical tools and solutions that can really be used to sort of enable this? I think you've spoken about the data culture and why it's necessary to build the system, but what are some real-life examples of tools and solutions that anybody can start exploring and start implementing into their projects?
Fantastic. So the one thing that just taking off on what you said from a spam basis, I think my biggest problem today, and personally, is Instagram. Because when I'm scrolling, there will be an ad that will come up. If I spend 5 seconds on this, viewing that ad and not scrolling, the next thing I know, my entire Instagram feed is filled with only those ads, right? And I've ended up buying stuff from daily objects that probably I don't need, but it's sitting in the house somewhere. I ended up buying a phone charger, right, which came in just because I liked the look of it. And the next thing I know, now my entire Insta feed is filled only with phone chargers, right? So that's a dangerous thing that it comes from that. I think I digress on the whole question bit, right? But what are the tools that you can potentially use as an organization? Again, I'm going to go back to something and ask how many of you have seen The Intern? Robert De Niro, Anne Hathaway, right? Fantastic movie, right? At some point of time, Amitabh Bachchan and Deepika Padukone were supposed to remake it. I assume there will be a song dance in that and all that as well, but just coming back to the whole thing. Imagine Amitabh Bachchan and Deepika Padukone dancing on a song. But coming back to The Intern and why I refer to that, there's a very interesting bit in that if you watch that movie. There is one point where where Anne Hathaway and the team is sitting there looking at the website, and they see something going on to the cart, and the next thing you know, that person is not bought. And Robert De Niro comes in as a character and says, if I have 2 minutes, and he says a monologue, a dialogue, which essentially breaks into, what I've realized is that the places where you're investing the most are the places that are giving you least yield, and the places where you're not investing are the places where people are buying the most. And he gives that whole thing. That's your data, right? That's your data analysis. That's what you need to do to start off. It's not about, depending on what kind of organization you are, there are KPIs that you have to start off with. And you say, for example, if you are a B2C e-commerce website, you're worried about customer acquisition, you're worried about cart not getting fulfilled and so on, right? If you are a finance organization, you're probably worried about cost of customer acquisition and so on and so forth. So depending on what you're then targeting as an end result is where the tools come in. Primarily, I would say you could break it down into 3, right? There is a data collection effort. So how are you collecting data? Where are you collecting it from? And we spoke about that a little bit, right? There is an analysis piece of that. So how are you, for example, do you have a customer development platform or CDP today? And how are you measuring on that? How are you combining data from various sources to be able to create a persona of maybe a customer that you want to target? And then there is the analysis part of it, right? Oh, sorry, we talked about the analysis, and then there's the visualization part of it. How are you actually seeing your data? Right? How are you visualizing your data? Do you have dashboards that you can create? Because data at the end of the day is a very superfluous thing. It's a very nice thing to say, right? Over the course of the last couple of years, we've all had that data is the new, and then fill in whatever you want, right? It's the new oil, it's the new soil, it's the new... I heard a fantastic one the other day in America which says data is the new bacon. And you realize, shit, they're so fond of their bacon and all that. So data is a new, and then fill up whatever you want. And that's been going on for quite a few years now. But the point of that data really is then how do you analyze that, and why are you analyzing that, and more importantly, how are you then visualizing it as well? If I have to, as an organization, if I have to come to a Shrikant and say, this is what data is doing, am I able to create that bit? Right? So effectively, I think you then think about that various cycles, that various points in your efforts, and then the tools come into picture. Right? I would say tools are aplenty in the market. Right? There are enough platforms, there are enough tools. I mean, we are one of the platforms that are there as well, right? So there are tools enough in the market. But the point is, again, I will go back to the basics. I go back to your first principles. What is your intent? What is your business objective? And therefore, can this tool fulfill that? Right? And then look at it at that factor.
Kaushal, before we come to the last question, I just wanted to request if anybody in the audience has any questions, please make your way up to the mics. After this question, Kaushal will be able to take a couple of questions. So last question, just to conclude, can you give us some more examples of how you have helped companies, some real life cases for people to sort of see what impact has been created?
So there are very interesting use cases that we've been seeing come up as well. So we had a manufacturing organization. talk about how do I communicate with the logistics organization that's there. So let's take 2 steps back. I have stuff that I've created. I'm a manufacturing organization. I have my inventory. I have my warehouse. I now need to send the material or inventory across to multiple places, Jamshedpur, Visakhapatnam, and so on and so forth. How am I coordinating, communicating with that organization in telling them that the material is ready, send your trucks, right? Traditionally, the organization did it by saying, at the end of the week, I've created a big file, I've done an FTP, I've told the logistics company that, hey, the file is ready, the guys downloaded, said, okay, this many trucks need to go, and so on and so forth. Incidentally, at one point of time, they realized that if there is a change in inventory in the manufacturing arm, maybe a belt has gone bad and maybe 100 cases need to be created, only 40 of them have been made. The quote-unquote truck that's coming is still a huge one. So how do I deal with that, right? So beautiful, very interesting use case where the guy said, all right, what we're going to do is we're going to collect the data all into one place, right? So I'm going to do a plug of Snowflake right now, so be ready, drum roll, right? So we helped them create a data platform on Snowflake, right? The organization, the logistics organization got an access into it, and now we're doing real-time data exchange. Now there is no FTP. Now what happens is the manufacturing organization is now essentially the inventory guy saying, hey, by the way, here is a link, we have uploaded, the data is all there, just log in, figure out how much it is and send it. Now the guy is saying, oh, there is not 100 cases, 40 have been created, so I have to send a different this. So use case of that nature. How are you doing data sharing between your organization and an external vendor, right? So that's something that's a very interesting one that one came up against. You talk about your small fintechs that give loans to students. How am I marketing to them? How am I identifying those? So I have loans that I can give out to the student population. There's a whole bit of marketing use case that they're doing right now where it says, okay, how do I slice the data? Who are they? Can I incorporate data from external sources, right? So now it's about data bringing in. So again, on a Snowflake, we have a whole lot of marketplace where you can ingest data and so on. But again, how do you ingest that data? How do you then slice that data? And how do you now do marketing to the relevant folks in my target community? So the use case bit is a very interesting one because my belief is the moment you have a potential challenge that is there, there could be something that you could look at and see how can technology help me to alleviate that challenge and therefore create a use case. There are existing use cases. I mean, there are ones where you talk about visualization and you talk about marketing and you talk about so on. But there are also these interesting ones that come up. I mean, I talked about that farmer thing. I had absolutely no clue that an organization exists that gives carbon credits to farmers that they can sell to earn additional revenue. But that's something that this guy found out and used data to build on the whole thing. Right? So examples exist.
Absolutely, Kaushal. We unfortunately don't have time, so what we'll do is let's take 2 questions together and you can quickly answer them, and then we can take 2 more questions together and you can quickly answer them. So let's start on this side. Why don't you both quickly ask your questions and you can take them together.
Pleasure. I feel like the king of Mirzapur right now. Darbar hai mera.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
First of all, many thanks for giving this session, Kaushal, and nice to meet you. And thanks for coming to Hyderabad. And my question is, so as we will get the data from many sources, so here main thing is about security. Like we need to take care of security in terms of, as of now, we are moving into new generation, 5th generation, using AI strategies with a lot of strategies. So like, how about security's point of view,
Data security. Okay, cool. Why don't you also ask your question?
Hey Kaushal, this side Naresh here. I'll just try to put my question very short. So you said analysis, like post-collection of the data, but I see a challenge in collecting the data. Like I'll give you quickly an example. Let's talk about a automobile industry. So they have a different set of vendors who market their products. But collection of customer data and making it turn positive would be a definitely challenge for each set of vendor. So, and I saw a potential building a kind of a startup that can fix this problem. So now what would be my approach if I wanted to collect the information on the challenges that they face across different set of vendors, and I wanted to turn out a product out of that. So what would be your suggestion in those perspectives? So if I Okay, I'll stop it.
I think,
here,
please,
but
just
I just gave some insight.
Kaushal, why don't you quickly respond to both?
Data security, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about the fact that when you are collecting data, you have it on a platform. I think data security is probably one of the most important aspects that you need to take care of. But at the same time, I would also flip that around to an extent and say the tools that you have, the platforms that you have today, are obviously very well aware of that fact. So people like us, people like our peers and all that, obviously ensure that there is absolute data security built in to the entire platform. Again, and I can speak from my perspective, what we've also done is essentially taken industries and build what we would call a retail Snowflake cloud, right, or a marketing cloud. And the reason for that is because every industry has its own authentication and its own factors that come in. What's required from a healthcare and life sciences is very different than what's required in a bank, right? So we've incorporated and ensured that when you're setting up a platform, we're helping to ensure that the security aspects of that particular one or that particular industry get taken care of, right? So yes, and you should ask those questions when you start talking about building a kind of a data platform to any vendor. Security is the most important. So I would actually say security and governance. Those are the two things that you should ask every time that you're talking about building a data platform kind of thing, right? Coming to the second one, and we talked about collection of data and the challenges in the collection of data. I think the interesting bit that comes over there is two aspects. One is obviously what kind of data are you collecting? And the second is how are you then, I would say, taking care of the data, a very superfluous term, but in the sense, okay, so what I'm trying to drive towards is this, right? Today there are abilities to build something called a data clean room, right, where you can potentially build a combination or a data set that masks certain information that you don't want to send out to external, right? And you have the control of how you're sharing that data, how you're controlling that data, how you're collecting that data, right? So even when you ingest data from an external source, that organization could have the ability of saying, hey, I'm sending you the names of the people who have maybe, hypothetically, maybe the phone numbers of the people who have, let's say, a Lexus car, right? But I'm not obviously, although I have their addresses and I have their Aadhaar card numbers, I'm not going to send you that, right? So now you are figuring out how you're ingesting data and to what extent is that organization controlling that, right? So I think the bit of acquiring data and the challenges that come in, it also boils down to exactly what do you want to acquire and how are you sharing. So there are, again, for want of a better word, technologies that exist that can help you in all of that as well. I think hopefully I've tried to answer, but we can always get into deeper dive at a later stage.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Kaushal, now you'll have to do 3 back-to-back very quickly. So I'll give each of you 20 seconds. Let's see if you can do it in 20 seconds. Please quickly pitch your question and then Kaushal.
Yeah, somebody take notes and help me remember.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaushal. It was great insights on the data-driven strategies that you have spoken about. One of the problems currently we are facing is the data that we collect is remaining in silos. Yep. How do you make sure that people collaboration improves across the organization? We have different departments, but the data is not very collaborative. So are there any strategies that you suggest so that people, leaders collaborate in a better way for an organization to scale efficiently? So that's the question.
I'll take a 10-second answer to that, a very simple one. You are right. The simple answer to that is break down the silos, right? And the way to break down that silos is essentially then getting all data into one single place, one single platform where everybody has access to the same copy of data. Again, a plug for Snowflake, but that's what we do, right? We help the organizations to break down the silos not only within the data, but also within business units and so on, right? So I have to, if my content marketing person is there, we have to give you something because you've helped me plug in Snowflake fantastically into this whole conversation. So thank you for that. But yes, breaking down silos, getting them to collaborate, extremely critical from a business perspective. I would also go to another extent of saying helping the business units collaborate between countries and clouds as well. Right? Because that's the next level that comes in. If I have a multi-cloud strategy and I have something on Azure and something on AWS and on GCP as well, now how do I get them to collaborate between multi-cloud, multi-region, multi-instance thing? So I think those are the things that we start looking at.
Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, I didn't put that question in. Huh? He asked me himself. So.
Hi, Kaushal. Mohit this side. So you have talked about the data life cycle, right? Lots of steps involved in the data where the collection happens, lots of steps where the data exchanging hands and then analysis happens. But while we are talking about multiple parties involved, there's a lot of things which could go wrong, and we would expect that it could go wrong. How do you ensure the quality of the data is maintained across the steps, and we are getting the correct answers we are getting for it, and not just bad picture along the way?
I think governance.
Could we get the next question as well? We can take them together.
Rishabh is like, let's get this over, otherwise I'll keep speaking.
So, like currently we are building AI plus AR model, like by scanning our face. So it is going to detect what are the concerns that we are facing. At the same side, it is also suggesting what exactly the hairstyle that suits for your hair, like the face shape. And also it can be the hair colors and then mehendi, tattoo. So these are the beauty services where we are catering into. So where we are offering this particular service to the salon people. So premium salons, they will be having the tablet where the software will be installed. So here the major problem that we are facing is collecting the data. So we don't have these format of the data, like the different hairstyles. It can be the tattoos and like kind of what exactly the format that we need to collect. And so whatever we got, we have tried with the existing social media, things. So what is your take on this? How exactly what are the steps that we need to take it in collecting the data, and how can we overtune so that we can build a scalable model in this particular segment? Yeah, thank you.
Cool, got it. So I'll take the first one. For me, and I'll come to your answer. For me, the idea is data governance, right? That's the core thing of how are you governing that data in terms of when it is a quote unquote, like you rightly said, exchanging hands and going from one person to another, one division to another. How are you ensuring that the data is not corrupted and is passed on? I think, so two things I will say, right? One is essentially building a platform that has data in one single place and not making sure that you have multiple formats in which it is going from one place to the other, right? And the second is governance. Now, the advantage that comes in if you have data in one single place is the ability to govern that at one single place again. And therefore, the ability to saying, if I as a marketing team have an access to that data and finance is also accessing that data, do I have a single governance policy that's applied across? Right? So to ensure that, hey, what do I see, what do they see, how do I exchange data and so on. So I think somewhere in the kernel of what you're saying is the whole data governance piece, right? And then we can peel the onion layer and get into how does that really work and so on and so forth. But for paucity of time, I think that's one point that one should look at, right? To your point of how do you collect the data, I think if you go back and you see, I always get very interested when these trends come up of saying, put your photo of 10 years back versus now, right? And you see celebrities jumping on that, and as you see celebrities jumping on that, we jump on that and so on and so forth. Essentially, it's a data collection exercise, right? It's effectively then mapping, saying, okay, how did somebody look when they were 10 years old to how they're looking now, right? So is that something that could be done? I know Facebook and Meta and all that do it at a very large scale, and they have the ability to do it. But is that something that can be looked at, of saying, hey, can I drive some kind of a program which says, how does one look like when you do this and so on and so forth? I think that's the data collection bit. Is it easy? Absolutely not. I mean, no doubt about that, right? It's not an easy aspect of collecting that, because at the same time, somewhere in the back of your mind, you're also thinking, mera chehra sab jagah hai. Right? Everybody is now going to see my face and all that. Bro, am I seriously thinking about that? So it's not an easy task, but it's an interesting proposition that you bring in. And yes, it is an interesting data collection challenge. But I think it's probably one step at a time to get there.
Kaushal, this has been a fantastic session, and definitely
Rishabh doesn't want you to ask a question.
Yes. No, and we will definitely do more events in Hyderabad. So looking forward to having you at more of our events. Folks,
thank you so much. I'll catch you. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, folks. Thank you so much for your time.
A round of applause. That was such an engaging session. Thank you so much, Rishabh and Mr. Kaushal. Especially enjoyed the analogy of love marriage and arranged marriage and how one needs to balance data and intuition. Thank you so much. All right. Before we move to the next session, just a quick announcement, more like a request. There are a lot of seats in the middle, guys. So if I can request people to just make space so that the people standing can also have a seat. I know nobody likes the middle seat on the flight, but over here, please try to accommodate people into the middle seats that are empty. Thank you so much. Now, how about we float from GTM and cloud tech to space tech? After all, what's common about these topics today is that they're all scaling the skies. This next fireside chat will help us understand how startups are driving space technology forward by tapping into the city's unique strengths in aerospace and defense. Speaking on this topic is expert in the field Nagabharat Dhaka, co-founder Skyroot Aerospace. In November 2022, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private space company to reach outer space with the maiden launch of its Vikram S suborbital rocket. Mr. Dhaka is spearheading India's private space sector revolution with a mission to make space more accessible to startups, academic institutions, and smaller nations. It is an honor to have you with us today, sir. Thank you so much for making space to talk to us about space. May I request the lovely Payal Ganguly, Managing Editor, YourStory, to moderate the session. Please join us on stage. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Mokshida. And thank you so much, Bharat, for taking time out on a Saturday afternoon to come and speak to us.
Yeah, my pleasure, Payal.
Bharat, before we start, and we have a packed audience right now, could you give us some context of what brought you and Pawan into the space sector, and what motivated you to get started with the idea of Skyroot? Yeah.
Sure. So basically, we straight out of the colleges, like both me and Pawan, once we graduated from IITs. Luckily, at our time, ISRO came to campus placements for two IITs, and that was a unique opportunity for us. We wanted to try out, because a private industry is always an opportunity to try out, but it's very difficult to get into ISRO without raising that huge government exam and all. It's like easily with an interview we're getting into. So we wanted to try that out, and luckily we got posted in the rocket center of ISRO called the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center in Trivandrum. When we joined, we were also lucky that we joined ISRO in a phase where the LVM-3 rocket, which is the one that took the Chandrayaan mission, the biggest rocket of ISRO, which they call it the Bahubali rocket also because of the size of it. So that was in the final phase of that development, the last 20% development phase, and we got to work hands-on on that rocket on few subsystems in the final developmental phase, and we got to see it to fruition and see the first launch also. So that experience was immensely helpful in what we're doing now, but more so, we've been also observing while we are at ISRO, like how commercial space industry is shaping up in US and European ecosystem, where the private endeavors, in not just in launch, in satellite manufacturing and downstream services are coming up. And we had that conviction that that is going to be an eventuality in India, and it's a matter of time. And we thought, and ISRO, thanks to ISRO, there's a good amount of vendor ecosystem that is already developed in India. Means there are private players who manufacture aerospace grade components in India. So what needs to be privatized is just the design and quality expertise. So, and we need not invest huge capital expenditure to build factories to make a rocket in India due to the ecosystem that is developed. So given this advantage, we thought it's right time to start, and in mid-2018, both me and Pawan started this venture. At that time, there was no policy also in place. Luckily, everything came forward. I can address it later. But yeah, that's how we started Skyroot.
You've been riding high on the government policy. There was the space policy, and then there was in-space program. Also, a recent budget, we heard the 1,000 crore fund announcement for space tech companies. So what are your thoughts on it? How will it help startups in the space tech sector?
Yeah, the recent announcement is just a natural next step in the government policy that has been announced. they say famously, they're putting money where the mouth is. That exactly the government is doing indeed. Government has been like the PMO, from the PMO onwards, they're extremely bullish on space sector and the private sector to develop. And we announced space reforms during the COVID, in the plethora of announcements they've done during the 2020 COVID time. The space reforms was one of them, and they formed InSpace, the regulatory and promotion body, specifically to address the private sector activities and to regulate and monitor the private sector activity in 2022. Just 6 months before our launch, that regulatory entity is formed, and all regulatory aspects that are required for the first private launch in India were taken up in a war footing by them. They were also like just like a startup, hardly 20 people working out regulations and like how the insurance work, third-party liability of a rocket, and all these things are not pretty easy to understand, formulate a policy and give us a mandate on like you need to take insurance for this much and all that stuff. So it was an amazing effort by the government to make that happen. And this recent announcement of like funding, because it's hard for deep tech startups to, like past decade it's been changing. Like 5 years ago, like most of the VC ecosystem also did not have that much thesis for funding deep tech, especially space tech ecosystem, due to lack of policy. And also generally the VC ecosystem in India 5 to 10 years ago are more well versed with the SaaS or e-commerce domain, but not much of a hard tech. So that's been changing. Many VCs have developed their hard tech thesis or space tech thesis, and this push from government that they have their own fund and they evaluate independently, like and funding startups. So it will make more people venture into and get the required seed capital to show their MVP product and raise further capital from private entities also in the future.
Right. On last count, I think there were, 150 plus space tech startups?
Yeah.
Are there any space tech founders here today? I guess not. Yeah. But you need to tell us then, what has caused this influx of the number of companies which have come up? I think you have some marquee VC investors on your cap table, even though they're not traditionally deep tech investors. They didn't start out as deep tech investors to begin with. So, apart from the government policies, are there any other, factors driving the number of companies which have come up?
So it's majorly, it's a matter of, government policy is one of the major thing, I must say, because India is one of the unique places, space technology is one domain where India can rub shoulders with the top 5 nations in the world. So we have all the government agency has the expertise to demonstrate like interplanetary missions, like Mars mission, moon mission, and the industrial ecosystem that caters to these high-tech endeavors is already in place. So India is very uniquely positioned to actually leverage this ecosystem and get more private endeavors to come from end-to-end system development domain. So because of that ecosystem already being there, and the government space policy and push to they have formed reforms and they have allowed private entities like us to utilize the facilities in government. Like we just need to pay for the use we need to do, like huge capital expenditure, which otherwise if we need to incur ourselves, the developmental expenditure will be high. So all the public infrastructure that has been put in by ISRO can be utilized by space tech startups, like either like huge the thermovac facilities, the huge propulsion test facilities, the launch facilities. Like just to give you an example, our Vikram S launch, what we launched, it's just the rocket is ours. Like the launch pad is from ISRO, the tracking facilities from ISRO, everything, the ground infrastructure we were able to utilize thanks to the policy. So this makes people can demonstrate, not just the launch vehicle, even the satellite players. People can get to their product proving capabilities with less capital expenditure. Like that barrier that space technology, especially building satellites or launch systems, is like very costly. That has changed because of the enabling policy ecosystem, so that it is feasible to not have all the money you need to get to demonstrate your product. Is the thing that enabled many people venturing into, not just in the upstream. We see many downstream companies. When we say downstream, it is just space tech can be divided into upstream, which is like launch access, space access technologies like launch vehicles. space infrastructure like satellites, and all the services we get rendered from space, like either from Earth imaging activities or the communication activities, like we are seeing broadband from SpaceX, Starlink, kind of stuff. All these enabling services from space-based services is downstream services. These are also increasing. The startups in this domain, in Earth imaging and getting an analytics out of it, and useful applications in insurance, banking, all these startups are also coming up due to the policy. Thank you.
That's interesting to know. And also you've had the, tag of being the first South Asian company to kind of launch your own space launch vehicle. So wanted to understand about a little bit more about your Vikram launch, right, which happened in March, and we were talking about it, the stage 2 launch of it. So if you could.
Yeah. So our Vikram S launch happened in November 2022. Where with that launch we became the first company in South Asia to reach space. Basically, the space is anything above 80 kilometer altitude is defined as space. And our next major milestone as a company is we named our rocket Vikram after Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, who is the founder of Indian Space Program. So our next major launch vehicle is the orbital launch vehicle, where it can put a satellite into the orbit around the Earth, called Vikram 1, which we're targeting to launch towards the end of this year, hopefully, if things go well on the milestones we have upcoming. So with that, we will be able to actually cater to satellite launch needs of the satellite operators, basically. Like our customer is generally any satellite operator who wants to go to space. So there are a satellite operator can build satellites for Earth observation application or communication applications, and these are the common applications we see today. And we might see much more applications. I can expand on it later, but many more applications in the future as space access costs reduce. But we started Skyroot with an objective to provide small launch vehicle which can carry small satellites to orbit to provide an on-demand and affordable solution to go to space, basically.
Can you tell us a little bit more about who your customer is, where they are located geographically, the kind of use cases they're looking at, and how will say getting Vikram 1 off the ground kind of help them with these achievables?
Sure. So as I mentioned, like most of the satellites over the next decade, 80% of the satellites are going to be small satellites. I mean, when I say small satellite, it's any satellite that weighs around 500 kg or less is a small satellite. So
80% globally?
80% globally. So the global, the potential market, the potential launch of satellites we see, in that 80% of the satellites are going to be the small satellites. So I'll just explain like what all applications the satellite address, like irrespective of whether we address them through our small launch vehicle or a much bigger launch vehicle. Generally, currently most of the satellite applications you see are either in Earth observation domain, where you image Earth from space, like either you click images in the visual spectrum, or there's something called radar imaging, where you can look at Earth and what's happening even when there's no sun, basically. That's called synthetic aperture radar technology. So imaging Earth from space in a band of electromagnetic spectrum is one. There are so many applications for that, be it surveillance for defense application, and you can see, like, just to give you some interesting applications, like even trading community uses the space-based data to monitor, especially commodity trading for oil. They just monitor the floating caps of tanks to know how's the storage in the OPEC countries, and so that to predict the prices. There's insane amount of use cases than like what a layman is generally familiar with. Space-based observation is just Google Maps, which is not up-to-date information. But there are insane applications where we can get from like real-time or near real-time space-based data. People even predict a fast food chain's quarterly revenue by just getting the data of number of cars being parked in their parking lots. These kind of very peculiar information in Earth observation is so. Earth observation in general is very unique domain where not in banking and insurance domain also they use it very well with respect to assess damage due to flooding or all those kind of stuff. And communication, of course, is the next big thing. And most of the satellites are going to be in the communication domain, and everyone must have heard about SpaceX Starlink solution, where it provides space-based broadband solution. And in this decade, before 2030, I'm sure everyone who has traveled in international flights must have struggled for not having internet connection. And even if you pay $10 or $20, you just get a text-only internet service in the current solution. But in this decade, everyone are going to, in the international long duration flight is going to get broadband internet in space. Thanks to broadband satellites like Starlink and other competitors that are coming up. So these are the experience-changing things that are going to happen immediately due to the space-based communication technology, broadband communication technologies.
Wow.
And just to go beyond, these are the immediate applications. But there are things currently these are the only applications because the space access cost is very high. So only commercially viable applications are these. But once the space access cost becomes low enough, it'll enable much more applications even things like manufacturing in space, data storage in space. I'm sure many of you might have heard about every nation would want all these cloud companies to host their data in their own country and this thing. So if you host, but anything above 100 kilometers is not a sovereign domain of any country. So if data storage in space, data center in space is not in sovereign territory of any country. So they can comply with regulations of any country by saying that your data is not in any other sovereign country's control, basically. So I'm just, so basically these are the kind of applications that will come up, not just Earth observation and communication. Once the space access cost get reduced by order of magnitude, which is going to happen in a decade or two.
Okay, that's progress. And also you were talking about, downstream companies, right, in space tech. If someone were to start today in the area of space tech, in the downstream applications, what would your advice be? What other fields they should be looking at? What do we need at the moment?
So in the downstream domain, as I mentioned, in the domain of Earth observation, there are many applications. India is not that mature compared to leveraging the geospatial. This domain is called geospatial analytics domain. India, there are many opportunities to leverage onto. And if you're even developing working on a satellite also, nowadays, the trend of getting an image down from satellite to Earth, because any satellite to take an image and send it down to the Earth, it needs to connect to a ground station and send the imagery to the Earth, and analysis happens on the ground. So now, due to advances in edge computing, basically, if you have enough compute power on board, you can just transmit the intelligence downstream. You can just transmit the intelligence from if you want to detect a change in behavior, you need not transmit images of that area every day. The analysis can happen on board the satellite, and there are people working on that domain also. So edge computing on space basically is one domain. But with respect to geospatial analytics, there are plethora of applications. There is a company called Numero in India, which helps fishermen find fish. The swarms of fish, so that it guides fishermen to, without making many unnecessary trips, they can go and get the fish more easily. So these are the applications. A lot of exploitation is possible from geospatial analytics. That's one domain. A downstream focused company where it's not capital intensive, as I mentioned, they need not build hardware and all. And that is one domain they can concentrate on. And but the space age 4.0 is going to be very new applications will come. Things like manufacturing in space. There are pharma industries who are going to build some pharmaceutical. Some of the crystallization activities will happen better in microgravity, and you can develop better medicines in microgravity than on Earth. So all these new applications will come in future. But immediately, geospatial analytics is one good thing to explore for any gaps to exploit any opportunities.
And considering this is the first Hyderabad Devsparks, could you give us some perspective on, what advantages does the city have in terms of, exploring creating a company ground up for space tech?
Yeah. So we chose Hyderabad because Hyderabad is an amazing manufacturing ecosystem, thanks to not just ISRO, there are, people might be aware, there are big DRDO labs, DRDO defense labs here. So the vendor ecosystem, because the vendor ecosystem for both rockets and missiles is similar. So there's a good amount of vendor ecosystem for us to use, like we need not get things manufactured outside of the city. Very few things we get manufactured outside of city. So because of the good vendor ecosystem, we chose Hyderabad, and of course, the ecosystem, and also thanks to T-Hub, Mr. Garu is here, and that kind of support in the early stages is very useful for more, like T-Hub has played a great role in incubating many of the groundbreaking Hyderabadi-based startups, and that kind of ecosystem also is very unique, and it's great that that support has been continuing irrespective of which government is in power, and like that support to the startups is always there in Hyderabad. So even if you want to build a SaaS or like a SaaS only or AA-based startup or a hard tech startup, Hyderabad is a great place to place yourself.
Thank you. Thanks, Bharat. Opening up for audience questions. Do we have time for 2 questions? Anybody? Okay.
Hi, Bharat.
Hi.
This is Vikram. I'm your satellite.
Rocket.
So glad to know that this is a hugely funded company. Huh? This is a huge funded company, and I have some basic questions about space tech. Who is your customers, and what is your revenue model? And if you can talk about few unique propositions about your company, and that would be helpful to all the customers.
So basically, a rocket is just like, we are a space launch company, essentially space access technology company. So we are just a transportation, essentially it's a transportation service from Earth to orbit. So our customers are any satellite, anyone who's building a satellite needs to go to orbit. So ours is a transportation service for them to go to orbit. They pay us based on how heavy their satellite is, basically. Just common transportation fund us translate there. So like the heavier your satellite is, the more you have to pay. So simply, we provide a transportation service to place their satellite in the orbit that they need to go to, and they pay a rocket for that. That's the simpling, and I'm sure I must have given the customer profile on what kind of satellite operators are generally there.
And the customer question was addressed. Moving to the left side.
Hi, Bharat. Thank you and congrats. Just a couple of questions I had. One is, so how do you differentiate your product, right? So when we have ecosystem already developed here, especially ISRO has its own arm of Antrix. So how do you bring about a business differentiator?
So basically, you're talking about how do you differentiate your product. Yes. So currently, unfortunately, though it might seem like that, but currently it is highly supply constrained market. Like number of launch solutions to go to orbit are very, very few. Like satellites wait for an year. If a satellite wants to go to an orbit, they need to book their ride to an orbit one year ahead. Despite you see SpaceX launching very frequently. So the launch as a solution is heavily supply constrained, and there is certainly I must say like 5 to 10 private players globally, unless they're continuously operational, the launch constraint is not going to be solved. So we are in a phase where the product availability itself is an issue to solve. Operational availability, like being there, being operationally reliable and getting things to orbit is enough to make business in the current ecosystem. There's no additional pitch to differentiate in general. Being operational itself is a key constraint here. Once we hopefully, a decade later, hopefully, I really hope multiple launch vehicle providers will be operational around the world, and then India naturally has the cost advantage. Like India is well known to execute like very cost-effective missions from Mars to Moon. That cost advantage naturally translates to private industry in India also. So globally, we'll always be a cost-competitive launch provider once we become operational.
Sorry, just one more.
Sir, can we give a chance to the lady behind you? We really haven't
just one small question. So with respect to India, right, the space exploration and everything has been more of an unconventional innovation, right? So with reusable launch vehicles and all, what are your strategies to, come up with a more cost-effective solution?
Yeah, of course. Like as I mentioned, like reducing the launch axis cost by order of magnitude is only possible by the reusable launch vehicle technology. Unfortunately, like as a VC-funded firm, we can't from get-go. Though we want to really, we can't get-go develop a huge rocket that requires huge capital. So we're starting with like cost-effective expendable launch vehicle. Vikraman is a small-sat launch vehicle, which is expendable launch vehicle, not reusable. But we hope to get to building reusable launch vehicles in the future.
We'll end the session here. For those of you who have more queries for Bharat, he's here till for another half an hour. So please reach out to him. And thank you so much, everybody, for this. And thank you so much, Bharat, for the great session.
Thank you so much, sir, for that really fascinating session. A reminder to thank our partners, Snowflake, Manayatri, iVenture, Immersive, and Hiring Eye. Also a big thank you to our partners, Introbot, who partnered with us to create the YourStory Connect chat group, which will really up your networking game. So if you're not on it yet, please go ahead and join the link. When you registered for this, you would have received a link. If not, there is a code behind your lanyard, so you can just log in via that and connect to whoever you like. All right, now we're going to be moving on from city to state. If the city of Hyderabad has so many qualities, its state won't be very different, am I right? So while Hyderabad's strengths are not just limited to aerospace and defense, but also extends to its rich culture, history, and how can we forget great food? The state it belongs to, too, has more than just hospitality and diversity to boast of. Telangana, known as the South of North and North of South, is a multi-talented state, and the latest feather in its cap perhaps is the fact that it's soon becoming India's product development powerhouse. And that's what this next fireside chat is all about, exploring how Telangana became a leader in transforming India from just a coding hub to a full-fledged ecosystem that creates world-class products. And who better to speak on this topic than a leader in building a world-class innovation ecosystem that supports entrepreneurs, innovators, and corporates. He has over 3 decades of experience in the IT industry and is passionate about growing a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in India and beyond. Please welcome Srinivas Rao Mahankali, CEO T-Hub, and may I please call Payal Ganguly, Managing Editor, YourStory, on stage to moderate this next session. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, Payal, and good afternoon to the audience, and thank you to YourStory for having me here today.
Thank you so much for making time out on a Saturday afternoon, and MSR, as you are lovingly referred to. We wanted to start the conversation with, how can we map T-Hub's journey along with the evolution of the startup ecosystem? Because we've seen it since 2015, since T-Hub started in the IIT Hyderabad, IIIT Hyderabad campus, and to T-Hub 2.0 now. So if you could set some context for the audience as well, so that'd be great.
Sure. So if you go back in time, so as maybe we can start with the quiz question, right?
Sorry?
Quiz question for some of the audience.
Sure,
yeah?
please.
So when was the state of Telangana formed? Give me the date. So June 2nd, 2014 was when the state was formed, and fairly quickly on, the government which came into power after that felt there was something which needed to be done to essentially create an environment to support early stage startups and create help kind of build an innovation ecosystem. So that's how T-Hub was conceived. It was finally operationalized in November 2015, as you said, in the Triple IT campus. So when we started, we all know that, today we have whatever 120 plus unicorns and 120,000 plus registered startups and so on. But back then the picture was very different. So if you come back to Hyderabad, we had at that time close to about less than 50 startups in Hyderabad. Today we now have 7,000 plus registered startups as per DPIIT. And also in terms of incubators, so at that point in time, there were essentially 3 incubators. So we had ISB, D Labs, and then we had IKP, and then there was another private incubator. Today we have now about 77 incubators. Right? So I think both in terms of the number of startups, as well as in terms of building out the ecosystem and having more incubators at play, we've made, I would say, reasonable progress.
Right. And also, so there are 2,000 plus startups now on the last count we had.
So at T-Hub, we worked with more than 2,000 plus startups in the last 9 years. And obviously, not all these startups are only Telangana based, because many of our, thanks to 2 things. One is that many of our programs today are national and international in nature. So we have startups not just necessarily from Telangana, but from across. And second is obviously during the pandemic, we had to reimagine many of our programs. They became phygital in nature. So today, by and large, most of our programs are phygital. So typically, you probably need to be there in the beginning because we want to create that sense of community, which you can only do in a physical setting as opposed to a completely virtual setting.
And you have multiple cohorts running at the same time, right? So could you give us a sense of what are some of the guiding principles, or like you would ask a venture capital firm, right? Like what are some of the reasons why you pick a certain startup to mentor them and to grow them?
So broadly, I think 2 or 3 elements which we look at. So obviously we have different programs for different stages of startups. So one part is we have a program called Blitz, which is essentially a idea to prototype program. It's a kind of sprint program. It's about a 6-week program, because what we find is a lot of times people have ideas and one challenge they have is to figure out how to operationalize the idea and figure out whether you can actually build an entity around it. And also the other challenge is many times people start, they have an idea, they have a spark and start, and then realize fairly quickly that either the space is extremely competitive, the market is very crowded, okay, or you're not going to get a customer who's willing to pay for what you're building, and so on. So one of the things we are doing in that program, which is essentially to help them figure out whether, first of all, the idea can be potentially converted into an entity. So that's the first program. So that program, by and large, we have a lot of people who are either straight out of college or even mid-career professionals who suddenly have this spark of inspiration and say, I want to become I want to set up an entity. So there, broadly, we just spend time. Most of our programs we put out on media, right? And then people advertise. I mean, people respond to this. We do a screening and then we take them on. So typically, for most of our programs, we get about 600 to 700 plus applications, and typically our cohort sizes are limited to about 20. So we try and keep it, because beyond that, it's hard to provide individualized attention to people who apply. There are other programs as well, which are broadly, for example, one of the programs, which is our kind of flagship program really, is a program called Lab 32. 32 was the pin code of the place where we started, nothing to do with anything else. So broadly, it's about essentially for a startup which is already in revenue. So let's say typically, 5 to 10 lakhs type of revenue. How can you accelerate their go-to-market and help them get product market fit faster type of thing? And then there's an angel funding program, which is about typically you'll start bootstrapped, then you raise some angel money, and then you can go to an institutional investor. So we are kind of the bridge type of thing. So broadly, these are the programs we are doing. We of course have specialized programs in, for example, I think Bharat just left, but we launched a space tech program with AWS, ISRO, and Minfi. And Bharat and Pawan are also mentors to the startups in that program. So we have about 6 startups in that program. So we have programs for semicon, we have programs for mobility, sustainability, healthcare, defense, and so on, vertical programs in each of these. And we've got a simple framework which we look at. Essentially, we call it the 6 M's and the 2 P's. So the first M is methodology, which is the programs I talked about. The second is about how can we help these startups with market access, particularly those in the B2B space. So how can a no-name startup potentially get exposure to a large corporate client, right? So for example, if you take healthcare as an example, so we know that there are close to about 14 large hospitals in Hyderabad. So these startups need to get in front of them to, in many cases, validate the idea, get access to clinical data, and so on. So we enable that. Similarly, if you take defense, we are part of a program called IDEX. So we have now about 42 defense startups. So how do we get our startups to get in front of the 3 armed services and so on? So market access. Then the third one is, of course, access to capital, where what we try and do is we have a small fund of our own. We've supported about a relatively small number of startups at this point, but hopefully we'll increase that as we go along. But we've built an investor network now. We've got more than 40 plus investors, both angel networks. So for example, entities like Hyderabad Angels, Mumbai Angels, Indian Angel Network, and so on. And about another 40 plus early stage VC networks to whom we support. So we act as working with the startups to get them, let's say, pitch ready, and work with them through the pitching process, through the term sheet, and through the diligence process to hopefully get them to be funded. And then, of course, there's a lot of work around mentoring. So we do have more than 200 plus mentors. Many of them are either very successful entrepreneurs, like Bharat and so on, who come in and talk to the startups and essentially work as sounding boards, and so on. And we also try and help them with getting talent on board. So we run a lot of job fairs, particularly for entry-level hiring and so on, right? So broadly, these are the 5 or 6 things which we do for the startups. We also obviously work with all the, cloud companies to provide credits and so on. And then service providers like accountants, patent lawyers, recruiters, digital marketing entities, and so on. So this is what we try and do in terms of how we can help startups scale to the, take off and then scale to the next level.
And T-Hub's journey itself has been that of a startup over the last couple of years. So just like any other startup's life cycle, have you had any notable pivots or challenges, and were there calls made where you've decided that this is what we will do and this is what we wouldn't do?
So when we started, right, back in 2015, so obviously at that point of time, what the first requirement at that time was that you needed a co-working space, right? So when we were set up, right, Hyderabad, the west part of Hyderabad, which is where we are, or what may be called Cyberabad, was just coming into development. So a lot of startups said, we want to be in the west part of Hyderabad, but we can't afford it because the rentals are going up, right? So we started off predominantly as a co-working space, but over a period of time, I think we've obviously morphed and pivoted to doing many more things beyond co-working. And I can also give you some numbers in terms of, we are a Section 8 not-for-profit entity, so we run like a startup. We are government supported in the sense the capital expenditure for our building, for example, both in IIIT as well as in the new campus, was done by the government. But operationally, we generate our own cash flows. We don't get any operational funding support from the government. So we pretty much run it like a startup, except we are not going to have any outcomes as such, in terms of a liquidity event like many of the startups here may have. So what we try and do is make sure that over a period of time, today we are at a point where the programs part, the programs we run for startups, the programs we run for corporates, the programs we run for government as well as international, today is close to about 60% of our income. The space income is only about 40%. So that has taken a while to figure out how to pivot, from moving away from just a space-dependent, real estate play literally, to actually doing programs which add value to the startups, at the same time generate, adequate surpluses for us to be able to reinvest and bring out newer programs and so on.
Right. And also, sir, a lot of focus has been on deep tech companies and startups in general. So could you tell us a little bit more about if, a founder were to start up in the space of deep tech today, what are the programs at T-Hub they can look at? You did summarize some of them, but if you could.
Sure. So we broadly have a few, what you might call centers of excellence. So the latest one which we launched was in March this year. So this is a Department of Science and Tech co-owned initiative along with us. This is in the AI/ML space. We have now about 87 startups which are AI/ML focused. And they are doing a range of things. Some of them are building vertical solutions in areas like healthcare, in manufacturing, in around areas like predictive analytics and so on. Marketing, content generation, etc. So that's one area of focus for us, AI/ML. Similarly, in our Atal Innovation Center, where we've had a center now for close to 4 years, we have specific programs running around sustainability, programs running on healthcare, drones, robotics, right, and semiconductors. So semiconductors we've already done 2 cohorts of startups, so close to about 20. And some of them are building really interesting AI, and I think Bharat briefly talked about AI on the edge and so on. So we do have some very interesting startups building, systems on a chip and AI at the edge and so on. Yeah.
Right. And so one question which keeps coming back to us, right, is that product companies especially take longer to scale than a typical consumer-focused tech company. How do you help them grow beyond the cap which they reach usually? And are there specific programs at T-Hub which target that phase of growth?
Sure. So I think the first thing is we have a program called Rubrics. One of the challenges we found with many product startups is they start building stuff, and then sooner or later they hit a brick wall. And what I mean by that is they haven't designed for scale. So for example, let's say you built a SaaS platform which can support an X number of users, but the minute you start to see more traction, you struggle. So essentially this program is really a program around design. How do you design for scale? How do you always keep the UI, UX, etc. in paramount considerations and so on. So that's one part of the program. So essentially how do you build a more scalable product and so on. And the rest of it in terms of this thing is, that's where all the other elements which I talked about, how can we provide them with market access? How can we get them in front of the investing community, right? How can we get them high quality mentors who've been there, done that? So those are some of the elements which we kind of look at.
Right, and in terms of market access especially, and we've seen that again with product companies that, usually they try to target US as the primary market. You did also come up with T-Bridge, I think sometime last year. So if you could tell us a little bit more about what opportunities do startups with T-Hub have for targeting markets outside of India?
Sure. So there are multiple programs we are running. One program is where we are working with our peers in other markets. So as for example, in the Bay Area, we've been actively working with an entity called FalconX. So FalconX has a set of very storied founders of Indian origin. So people like B.V. Digdish, Raju Reddy, Kanwal Rekhi, and so on. So the first generation of Indian entrepreneurs who made it big in the US. So we have an active engagement. We've already had 10 of our startups go to the US, spend about a month. Essentially, the focus is on a few aspects. How do you get your messaging right? How do you message appropriately for the US market? How do you build a channel strategy, right? How do you make your first hire? How do you get a few POCs, or at least conversations going which could lead to POCs? And then also, how do you get an opportunity to pitch to a potential set of investors? So we've done 2 programs last year in May, and the previous year again in May, and we'll be doing one again now. So about 10 startups have actually gone there, out of which 4 have now relocated to the US, right? And also have been able to raise adequate funding. So that's one example where we work with our equivalents in those markets. We've done similar programs in Australia. Currently, we are doing a program with the UK government. So the UK government has an entity called Innovate UK. So we're running 2 parallel programs with them. One is a program on clean energy, where we have 20 startups from the UK which want to come to India, both for talent as well as market access potentially. And similarly, both in space and in semicon, 10 of our space, semicon, and healthcare. So 10 of our startups have now been to the UK. So we work with local government bodies, local incubators, etc., who can provide them a soft landing, essentially, in terms of one is you need to understand the regulatory framework, for example, in healthcare, right? Obviously, for example, in India, we have a set of ICMR or CDA-CSO and so on, but you will need other regulations which are relevant to that market. So it could be FDA, could be CE, and so on. So one part is how do you make them aware of these requirements from a regulatory standpoint. Second is there are a lot of incentives which are offered because essentially even in those markets, job creation is a big area of focus. So what are the soft SOPs which you can get type of thing. Third is how can you get them in front of a few potential prospects, right? So we work actively with our trade commissions, our own trade commissions. So for example, with ASEAN, just last week we signed an MOU with a body entity called Beyond 4. So we are going to be looking at seeing how we can get our startups to use KL, Kuala Lumpur, as a kind of launching pad for entry into ASEAN. So they'll get them in front of relevant potential corporates in Malaysia, and also the funding ecosystem there, as well as use Malaysia as a stepping stone to address the rest of the geography.
Right, and I'm told that the time is running out. So before we wrap it with the last question, I would like to know what is the next phase of growth T-Hub is targeting, and what's your outlook on that?
Sure. So I think, as I said, in the last 9 years, worked with about 2,000 startups. Cumulatively, they've created more than 25,000 jobs. And cumulatively, our startups have raised close to about $2.5 billion of funding, right? So these are 3 elements. The other element which doesn't get talked about much, but for us is also extremely important, is how do we ensure higher survival rates for our startups? So we all know typical mortality rate is 90%. Today we are inching close to about 25-26% of the startups we work with. So what can we do to make sure we can create more sustainable startups, which is not just about, so one metric is valuation, the unicorn craze, right? But we also know many of these unicorns actually don't make money till now, right? So what our interest is in creating more sustainable startups which scale, which provide jobs, because that's another important social objective which has to be met, and obviously over a period of time generate value to shareholders. And the last part is of course about ensuring that areas which we need in India, which is things like space tech and some of the more deep tech things, and not necessarily just replication of copycat models, raid hailing, distribution models, aggregation models. Those are important, but we think India needs, has other challenges around, for example, climate, defense, etc., which need to be solved, and which is what we want to play. Now, if you ask me from a number standpoint, what we'd like to do over the next 5 years, and we've just done that exercise so I can share with you, is from the 2,000 we've done, we'd like to, in the next 5 years, we'd like that number to be north of about 6,000, one. And second is in terms of funding, while we've done cumulatively 2.5 billion over the last 9 years, our startups have raised money. We'd like that number to be about 5 billion over the next 5 years. Right? And also in job creation, we've done, as I said, 25,000 jobs. We'd like that number to be about 50,000 in the next 5 years.
Wow, that's some interesting outlook there. A lot of aspiring founders here. So what is the best way they can reach out to you? Or
contact at t-hub.co.
I hope all of you took note. And on that note, thank you so much for taking time out. And it's been a great audience, even though we are pretty close to lunchtime, I guess. So thank you, everyone, for taking time out on Saturday.
Thank you so much for that session. Oh, can I hear some cheers from the audience, please? Just to make sure everyone is still awake. I know you all must be hungry. Thank you, thank you. Are you all hungry for food? No? Okay, great, because then we're going to have one more session. So food is close, but yet so far. Do you all want to play some games? Well, that is also close, but yet so far, because we are running a tight schedule, so we have to move on to the next session. But hold on, and food is around the corner. The next session is a very exciting one, so I request you all to please hold on. It's an upcoming fireside chat that covers a subject that is appealing and essential to everybody. It teaches the art and science behind building tech that reaches a billion users. Learn how to scale in a fast-changing tech world. Our main speaker this session is Mr. Magilan Selvan, CEO Nammayatri. And here's a quick snippet about the company. Nammayatri is a direct-to-driver app where there's no commission, no middlemen involved. You pay less and the drivers earn more. 100% of what you pay goes to the driver and his family. Mr. Magilan believes he is a perfect fit for Nammayatri as he strongly believes in building tech with empathy. And we're so happy to have him here with us, sharing the stage with our moderator, yet again, Mr. Rishabh Mansoor. The audience should know his designation by now. Any guesses? Head community, yes. No prizes for that one, sorry. All right. Please welcome them on stage. Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause. And thank you so much for being such an interactive audience.
Magilan, first, I must tell you that I absolutely love your product. I know you guys do 150K plus rides. I think half of them are me. I just use it every single day. It's so convenient. It's what, ride-sharing companies promised to be, and we're finally getting it. I think the scale behind it all is really the thing that we need to dive into. Can you talk about some of the specific things you did to enable that scale? Because I know it's not easy to be accessible and not have downtime and still be responsive and useful to so many people. I'm sure a lot of us as well use it. So give us a little bit of insights around how you scaled it.
Sure. 150K plus, we still think it is like the beginning. It's not probably the biggest scale possible. While we were almost just 4 or 5 developers who were doing a prototype or a reference application for an open protocol a few years back, right? We are now probably 30% of Bangalore auto rides. I'm not sure how many of you know about Nammayatri or Manayatri. Okay, cool. How many of you also know that it is open source? Okay. Sure, yeah, not many. Yeah, the same question in Bangalore, it was almost the entire hall. It started in Bangalore, it is relatively bigger in Bangalore. In Hyderabad, we just started in January and it is slowly scaling. See this,
company is an spin-off of JustPay. We do about 150 million transactions a day in JustPay. And we also power a good part of UPI transactions. UPI does almost 500 million transactions a day. So while thinking of scale, even this topic is about scale, we want to think population scale, which is 1.5 billion in India, 8 billion in the world. Maybe atom scale, which is much higher, right? Yeah, so can we even build something like that for scale? From India, can we build something like that? See, we believe we can if we, one, tap on the exponential trends. Being in software, Moore's law and increase in complexity, all of that is an exponential trend. That is one way in which we can do that. Rather than being a Me Too company and replicating the business models that are out there in other parts of the world, if we think from first principles and fundamentals and reinvent business models, we think that's a possibility to scale, right? And then there are examples. UPI is an example. Homegrown Aadhaar is an example. To do that scale, you kind of asked what were some of the challenges also, right? And yeah, so at low cost, can we do the scale at utility pricing was one of the challenges, because when we started doing Namayatri, it was about, one of the startups was saying that it almost cost them $1 per ride. For us also it costs about $0.50 per ride when we were very small, because the map pricing is such, the cloud pricing is such, it's all slab based, not very convenient to startups. We focused on reducing cost. We felt that this solution should be available at utility pricing to large scale, for which we wanted to reduce the cost of maps, cost of tech, cost of marketing, and cost of operations also. Cost of maps, we kind of embraced OpenStreetMaps. Good part of at least 40-50% of the experiences in Namayatri, Manayatri is powered by OpenStreetMaps. We kind of took some trade-off. We don't show time for the vehicle to arrive, rather a distance to arrive, but that's still okay. Without compromising an experience much, how can you reduce cost, right? So OpenStreetMaps helped in a way. From our experience of also powering UPI, which is doing 150 million transactions a day, the choice of technology, architecture, we use Rust. It is able to, we wanted to build it like a system software, not like an application software, so that it is highly performant and at low cost. We don't even use database, for instance. All the real-time transactions are written in Redis, and we use database only for draining the data to be used later. Some of the innovative architecture like this, use of OpenStreetMaps, etc., and doing it at utility pricing, we felt is extremely important. Right now, our cost is less than ₹1 per ride. And there is a clear roadmap to take it to 50 pies, 25 pies, etc., and we want to get there. Low cost at the same time, high reliability, and fast iterations, because this is a decade-old industry. There are a lot of features. Apps have done a bunch of things. So we're even doing like one release a day, one release a week, and all of that. And if you're doing that without affecting reliability, we really have to have frameworks to ensure that availability is pretty high. So it's an interesting challenge to ensure lowest cost, super fast iteration, and having very high reliability.
Yeah, you mentioned open source. Of course, can you tell us how that thinking came about and how really these technologies sort of enabled the success? Like, I know it was an important part of how you built the product, but not everybody knows about it.
Sure. Yeah. See, one, it is a part of ONDC. We probably, Namayatri, Manayatri would contribute to 50 to 60% of ONDC transactions right now. While that might not be very commonly understood, mobility contributes to 50-60% of ONDC transactions, and almost or most of it is from Namayatri or Manayatri. In a way, we wanted to be like this UPI for mobility, right? Or Linux worldwide. So how can we scale to that level? Some of the fundamentals that UPI embraced is, this whole open API specification, which enables interoperability, which enables multiple systems to talk to each other. In UPI, you can scan from Paytm, Google Pay QR, money goes from HDFC to SBI. All of these systems are interconnected because the language is common, right? And being a part of ONDC, it also enables, multiple systems, including public transport, to all talk the same language and get interconnected, and a great multimodal experience possible. So one, we are a part of this open network. We also felt that we have to have the code open source, because we felt this is a bigger challenge that one organization cannot solve by itself. We need the community, we need the government to come together. So we keep saying it is Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar, government, business, society. The best of all of these three has to come together to solve a problem like mobility or traffic in a city, right? And so we open source the code. And we also put the data open, not just the code open. You can see Manayatri/open or Namayatri/open. Like COVID data, we kind of put real-time data of number of rides that are happening, and also an all-time historically how we've been growing. That also open, yeah.
Magellan, I wanted to ask you about scaling further, because when you are creating a product that directly connects the user with the seller, in this case, the service provider, which is the captains and the auto drivers, you need to sort of build a mechanism that matches supply with the demand. You need to have a sort of decentralized framework. How does this really scale across states, across governments? Is it something that you need to handhold and figure out that there needs to be standards set in place for something to happen, or is it something that can all be hard-coded into tech and you sort of just put it out there? So how do you envision this going to more states?
Sure. See, we wanted to be more democratic. We want the drivers themselves to scale, the community to take it up, and we were wondering, can college kids run it in different cities, different towns? Some examples are already there. Very small town, Tumkur, there was one driver community who owned it, and they're doing 1,000 rides per day. They keep sharing screenshots that we're doing more than Mysore. Almost zero marketing ops from our side. We just gave them some branding material so that they could brand the auto. And they're owning it up, and they're running it because no such solution was available to them. And this, they see that kind of enables them to get back-to-back rides, and their earnings are increasing. And this is a community-owned initiative. In West Bengal, for instance, government is running it. We are powering tech and growth. And we're open to many such models, right? When the West Bengal government owned it, they replaced all their airport, railway station, all the special pickup zones with Yatri Sati. It is called Yatri Sati there, right? And the whole idea of keeping the name more local is also to embrace decentralized ownership and development. So we're open to all such possibilities. And ONDC also enables the customer side to be any app. Already there is an SDK in Paytm, and from Redbus you can book. So like UPI, we can be on the driver side, and the customer side can be any other app. We don't, in fact, we have not spent any money on offers so far. And we also don't want to do that because we believe we have to sustainably scale, like Sayar said. And for that, it has to be more organic. If we truly create value, we feel we don't have to really pay money to have people download apps and scale. All that Tumkur growth was all drivers encouraging customers to download. The similar thing happened in Bangalore also. So drivers say it's very useful for me. You also get to pay less, and why don't you download, right? So we want to depend on more fundamental ways and organic ways of growth, and we're open to people from different cities, students, developers, taking it and running it in their towns and cities.
So that's in fact what I wanted to ask you next. How can developers get involved in the Namayatri mission?
Sure. One, it is open source. Code is available in GitHub. We've also, it is also Nixified, very super easy to set up. You could set the code up very fast. Just the languages are slightly niche, not very common. We kind of use functional programming languages, Haskell, Rust, not very common, but then we feel it is deep. If you spend some time learning all of them, I think you'll be able to add or contribute to the code base, right? And we just don't want to do only autos, cabs. Our next big thing is a bet on public transport, because we feel public transport has to happen to solve mobility in a city, for traffic to be lesser. Unless batching happens, nowadays the population of vehicles are becoming more than the population of people. In Bangalore, I think it is already overtaken. So if you only depend on personal vehicles, it's extremely difficult for us to solve for, say, traffic, rather than. But if the public transport is as convenient and as easy as, say, going in a Namayatri cab or auto, right? Then why wouldn't people use it, right? And we want to reimagine this whole experience. I'm not sure if there are clear references outside. We want, we work with government also. We have MOUs with multiple metro and road transport corporations, and we want to do that more. And for these kind of challenges, I think we want the community to participate. We want, booking experience to be super smooth, discovery to be very good. If you've always been going in a car or auto, for you to see that there is a public transport option available, we want to make that very easy. Once the moment you come out of the metro, can you have an auto available? And we were also thinking of an intermediate size vehicle. In fact, do a design, we can open source the design if there are companies, EV manufacturers who can create such vehicles, right? Which is more open like auto, but one driver can batch and take some 10 people. It'll be good. So there are multiple projects that are open, and I think people can participate. We've not actively created any channels, or we've had some hackathons, one-time event kind of stuff, but we look at creating active channels in which we will engage people who want to contribute also.
Magellan, before we come to the last question, if anybody has questions for him, I think we'll have time to take 2 quick questions. Please make your way up to the microphones here. Magellan, this is more of a comment than a question. I think one of the biggest indicators of disruption or success is that in Bangalore, based on how useful and how successful Namayatri was, we've seen Ola, Uber, and Rapido pivot to your model. I think that's crazy. I didn't think it was ever possible, but the proof is in the pudding. I'd just like to understand, where do you see this last mile mobility, and where do you see the public transport infrastructure that you mentioned? How do you can you help us envision it in real life? What would be my user experience end to end if I'm on Namayatri and I have to also use public transport?
Sure. I mean, if you're able to do one booking, just get in a bus, get out of a bus, get in a metro, use the phone like a metro card and scan, all in one. And the moment you get out of the metro, say an auto or some vehicle is waiting for you, that is one. The other part probably I missed covering is how is this whole experience? One is the app experience, and also the experience of the service provider, right? How good is that? is because fundamentally we went driver first, while most other apps were customer first. This kind of opportunity came up in Bangalore. We did a reference implementation of backend protocol, which was initially done for mobility. It is like the UPI for payments, OCEN for credit, backend was for mobility. In Bangalore, some of the auto drivers, this was in Kochi, and the Backend Foundation was running this app. And in Bangalore, when some of the auto drivers came and asked, hey, we want something like this, we said we'll do end-to-end. In Kochi, we were only powering tech. We said we'll do end-to-end. We bought a couple of autos. Vimal was the founder of JustPay. He started driving. And then I also started driving. I've done like 300 rides so far.
What is your rating?
Rating is 4.8 or something. So, and I want to do like 1,000 also. I've done multiple one-day, full day trips. Initially, our thought was, payments will extend to mobility because all this 1 billion population will keep moving, and there is a huge opportunity for payments and mobility, right? And then while driving, talking to drivers, learning Kannada, and becoming one among the drivers and understanding their pain points, it was clear that we shouldn't have payments in the app. So we chose not to keep payments in the app. That's when we felt that direct to driver, no commission model is required, because their sentiment is, sir, we are doing all the work. Why is tech, which is connecting us and the customer, charging so much, right? Then we kind of pioneered the zero commission model. Like you said, even the international company is kind of copied our business model, which is good for the drivers. I think we are happy about that. It is also pushing us to innovate more. This empathy that is needed for people who are in tech, right, we feel is extremely important. Because the tech itself, if it doesn't involve drivers who are the users, the whole idea of driving was to build for our own self. We kind of keep building for our own self, and if we're building for drivers, we wanted to be a driver also, right? Because if it can cross a thin line, the algorithms can decide pricing, algorithms can deactivate drivers, etc. It could impact livelihood. So we feel it has to be more empathetic. One is tech being empathetic, people in tech being empathetic. Other is how can the drivers and customers also be empathetic to each other, right? If we solve that problem, I think a bigger problem is going to get solved, which is still work in progress. We're trying to understand how to do that. Yeah.
Brilliant, Magellan. I think let's take 3 quick questions. Please go ahead, introduce yourself and ask your question.
Hello, sir. My name is Ali, and I'm from Hyderabad. So we welcome your company to Hyderabad. So I have a question. Like, I have gone through your page, and I've got a good motive from your app, which says pay less, drivers earn more. And you also have mentioned that you're currently going organic and you're not investing any money in advertisement and marketing. In a busy place like Hyderabad, we have a lot of competitors like Rapido, Ola, and other apps. And it is very difficult to make space in someone's phone. So there will be a time you have to invest money and do some marketing, which requires money. And you will definitely take that from the commission. Are you able to still be on that tagline which you have given, pay less and drivers earn more? Because some way you will invest more money and you have to get the money from the same app. How are you going to manage that?
Sure. I mean, drivers also have this doubt, right? Hey, this is all marketing gimmick. You guys want to start like this, but then you will keep charging more. But we want to fundamentally invest. One, we are kind of operationally profitable in Bangalore. We kept the tech, including the tech, marketing, and ops cost, and we can only scale from there, right? Not always required that we have to do advertisements only to have people download app. I don't think WhatsApp did any advertisement for you to download it, right? Here, drivers are promoting it. Drivers themselves, because they know this is long-term, it is good for them. They've been mostly customers promote to customers, drivers promote to drivers, but here most of our app downloads happen because drivers promoted with customers. So maybe lifetime guarantee on zero commission we want to give, also on no discounts and offers. Right.
And you're here today, so I think all of them will download the app. So
that's good to hear. This side, Naresh. My question is more or less it's on the same note. But so the industry you choose is very competitive, right? You have like international vendors who are doing this. So usually when I'm as an end user, usually I switch between the apps to find out very least pricing, and whatever is offering me, I would book that. So from your competitive marketers, what if they do the dynamic pricing just to suit your pricing and they provide more offers? So how would you scale up your application to sustain in the market and make it like more of a customer friendly?
Sure. See, typically we don't believe in just competing. We've mostly always invested in fundamentally right approaches, and while it is currently a ride-sharing app, but it is also part of ONDC, which can enable many more possibilities to open up, right? Like more buyer apps can happen, which can happen without marketing money. Public transport integration can happen, which will become a utility and people would want to download and use it, which also enables this app to be booked. Yeah, so I mean, if we keep investing in these fundamentally right approaches and not worry too much about competition, because price could be slightly different. In fact, we're not always the cheapest in Bangalore also. Sometimes it's expensive. But if the experience is very good. In fact, some of the drivers have been asking for features like, can you allow customers to tag us, favorite us, and we will only become regular drivers, which is a normal behavior in a tier 2, tier 3 town, right? And we're building all such features so that you can, there are stories like, there are women drivers. We have a women driver initiative. One of the women driver actually took a pregnant woman. The way she was driving, the dad wants this driver only to always take her. And we want to enable all that through the app. We are not too worried about, some of the existing apps actually ensure that there is no stickiness. You don't get the same driver again at all. But we are fine. See, drivers don't want to go out of Namayatri because they know the money they're paying for such a service is extremely low and the value that they're getting out of it is very high. So we'll believe in these fundamental approaches and build those. I think then we don't have to worry about competition, because in fact competition is using this model. It's not possible to just reduce cost, right? They have to move to, say, a zero commission kind of a model where they don't run, spend a lot of money on marketing and incentives to drivers. They also have to move to something fundamental like this. If something like that happens, we are happy only. Together, say all of them join ONDC, I think it will be good for both customers and drivers.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Last question.
Thank you. So you said it's an open source, right? So just 2 minutes I'll talk. I mean, I have heard about Namayatri in some text stories, and I have heard some Inadu has populated Namayatri is a new app coming, and it was super fantastic over there. But after that, I've been seeing many autos saying different app, similar to Ola, similar to Namayatri, similar kind of it. How we are going to see as it as a challenge, right? So I don't know if it is genuine or not. When I see, in YourStory it is populated as Namayatri, in the screen it is populated as Manayatri. So I thought, like, is it some different company, or I don't know. I mean, like, there could be some fake apps coming out just stealing for the data, right? So since it is open source, how you see the challenge?
Okay, I see two parts to this question. One is making these brands local, right? That was to embrace hyperlocal. And one good thing is you don't have to download all the apps if you're traveling across cities. Namayatri will work in Hyderabad, Manayatri will work in Bangalore, because one, it is interoperable and it is a part of ONDC. So you don't have to do that. That is part one. And for this connect to happen, most of the drivers didn't connect to Namma in Hyderabad, obviously. I think we wanted to embrace local, while most of the brands are single. The logo is still the same, but the brand is local. We want to embrace hyper-local. We want to enable people locally to grow such an initiative, right? And I think we want to support that. That's part one. Fake apps, etc. Yeah, see, there is not much fraud that can happen in this because there is no payments also in this, right? Through a fake app, if you're able to book and get a ride, so it's okay only. It's a common problem. I think it's a little bit of awareness, and the company is all the same anywhere. But we want more people to create more apps. In fact, you can create an app and run it in your place. It's okay.
Sorry, unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions, but Magilan, will you be around if folks want to quickly catch up with you? Thanks. This has been a great conversation. Folks, can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you so much for that wonderful session, and thank you so much for doing such great, impactful work, sir. All right, it's time to do some paid puja now. I think we're going to break for a quick lunch. It's about a half-an-hour lunch break. The food is going to be served at the atrium, which is on the ground floor. Campus is beautiful. Make sure you take a stroll, but not a very long one, because we have a lot of exciting stuff coming up for you and a few more prizes to be won. So please be back here on time. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you again to ISB for being such a wonderful venue. We're going to start in a few minutes. We're just waiting for people to return from lunch. Could I please request some of you to come and occupy the first few rows? There are a lot of space here in the first few rows. So could I request some of the backbenchers to come in front? Did you all have a good lunch? You all had time to eat? More than enough? All right, it's nice to have you all back. Thank you for all those who came back on time. We really appreciate it. All right, till everybody else swarms in, we're going to play a quick game. I'm going to ask my colleague Monisha to hand out some mugs to the audience. Let's see how much everybody remembers. Are you ready? Okay, we'll start with a very simple question. Where was lunch served today? Yes. So, Monisha, right there. Very simple question, but you started with something easy. There. Sir, can you raise your hand? Yes, thank you. All right. So, someone mentioned this today in one of the sessions, that the government is putting its money where its mouth is, and is very bullish on this sector. Who said this and which sector? Yes, and which? Space sector. Yes, yes, that's right. So you won already today. I don't know if I should give it to you again. Okay, give it to the gentleman in the second row with the blue checks. All right, this one is easy. What is going to be launched at the year end? It was a part of the same session. Yeah, yes. I think I saw the gentleman in the green t-shirt, yeah, your neighbor. So you also got a prize, no, in the morning? Okay, all share the mug, have a coffee together. All right. Who said this? Be curious about data being collected. Be curious about the data that you get. Not Kishore. Huh? Yes, sir? Yeah, who said it? Kaushal. Yes, Mr. Everyone, the same people are answering. Well, yes, ma'am. Okay, please give it to her. Yes. Please give her the thing. All right. Namma Yatri is open source. True or false? I wish I could give a mug to everybody. Please give yourselves a big round of applause. I think you all deserve that answer. All right. Okay, this one is again an easy one. ISB has started a new program, which is a 6-month program for... Yes, what is the full form? Wonderful. This is again, everybody's answered this. Yeah, okay, how about, let's give it to the lady in pink. She so enthusiastically answered the question. Come on. Thank you so much. And to remind the others who have missed it by any chance, we're going to replay that video. So please get set to watch this video.
The Indian School of Business has actively fostered entrepreneurship. We recently established iVenture at ISB, and that has energized our commitment to nurturing entrepreneurial talent. Today, India ranks as the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world and is experiencing unprecedented growth. Driven by Government of India's encouragement and support, a growing number of venture capitalists, and a rising culture of innovation, we are poised to disrupt the next wave of entrepreneurial innovation. As India's entrepreneurship landscape flourishes, we anticipate a surge of entrepreneurs, women and men, young and old, from big and small cities, are starting up, creating jobs and contributing to the economy. But starting up comes with its share of challenges and risks, and that's why ISB is stepping in. Introducing IVY, iVenture Immersive, a world-class entrepreneurship program where vision meets venture in an experiential, intense, transformative, 6-month, full-time, on-campus experience at ISB. IVY is more than an incubator. It's more than a school. This is a safe place for first-time entrepreneurs to test their ideas and build a viable venture. This is not an MBA program. You don't need to take a CAT or a GMAT exam. You don't need to be a math genius or an English orator. You don't even need a college degree. All you need is a passion to excel and solve a problem with commitment and innovation. You need fire in the belly. Ivy will connect you to ISB's global alumni, 16,000 of them in 60 different countries. Top VCs, experienced founders, and esteemed faculty. We will delve into a curriculum that of course covers the basics: accounting, finance, marketing, negotiations, AI and data analysis, but will go way beyond the basics with real-world case studies taught by experienced practitioners. Our mission? To equip first-time entrepreneurs with the skills and mindset needed to thrive in today's dynamic business landscape. Join us on this journey of innovation and entrepreneurship. The future of startups begins with Ivy, and ISB is proud to lead the way.
All right, moving right along. Aerospace, defense, culture, diversity, product development powerhouse. I'm already losing count of the number of praises doled out to this great city and state in just one day. And we're not done yet. Let's add high-tech to the list of grand adjectives, for Hyderabad is also gaining status as India's elite engineering hub. Let's explore how developers can benefit from Hyderabad's plans to build top-notch infrastructure in IT, AI, R&D, and more, which could easily place Indian devs on the global map. And to throw more light on this topic, we have a keynote address by Kishore Sheshagari, Executive Director and Chief Digital Officer, Broadridge, India. Kishore is a fintech leader with 20+ years of experience in capital markets and wealth management technology solutions. Please give him a big round of applause and a warm welcome.
I actually didn't have lunch, all of you had, but it looks like I am the one who had lunch because I was not switching on the mic. Anyways, I had this enviable task of doing this session post-lunch. And also I am between you and probably the most important session of today, which is the masterclass by my friends at NVIDIA. So don't want to take too much time, right? But I am happy that as part of keynote, I'm not going to be asked any questions, unlike the panel members. I do have a question for all of you. Just a quick poll. How many of you are from outside Hyderabad and being here? Right? So I think I see at least 40 to 50% of people. And why are you in Hyderabad? What are the motivating factors for you to build a career in Hyderabad? Jobs? Sorry? opportunity, infrastructure. Anything else? Sorry? Biryani. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I was thinking, and I was going to say that there are more reasons to be in Hyderabad than biryani, but then looks like biryani is also a very important factor, right? My keynote today, in the next 10-15 minutes, hopefully I'll wrap it up, is how can we put developers from Hyderabad in the global map, right? Any thoughts on what do we mean by that? Startups? Anything else? Competing with the global players? Sorry? Next Silicon Valley. Wow, that's awesome. That's the kind of aspiration that we want to have, right? We want to make sure that Bangalore is the next Silicon Valley. Hyderabad is, right? We do have better infrastructure than Bangalore. Let me start off with that. Product-based companies, yes. Yeah, I think those are the things that I wanted to touch upon. I do have some slides, but I think they'll be very boring. So I'll talk as much as I can to make it interesting, especially since it's after lunch, right? So I just want all of you to just have your eyes on the slide. There's not much that I need to talk about it. This is just the as-is state of Hyderabad, bit dated 2023. And that's Cyber Towers for people who are outside of Hyderabad. That building is Cyber Towers. So Hyderabad's GDP, just not IT, right? GDP covers a lot of other things. It's about 75 to 100 billion estimated, and it's about maybe 3% of India's overall GDP. But Hyderabad's GDP is growing at about 8.47%, which is probably a 1% more than India's GDP growth rate, right? Which essentially means there's a lot of stuff happening in Hyderabad, right? People are building things in Hyderabad. And by 2035, it's projected that Hyderabad's GDP will be 200 billion. And it'll be great if some of you or all of you are building product companies or contributing to the GDP, right? I would love for that to happen, right? But this was Hyderabad in 2001. How many of you were in Hyderabad in 2001? Right? I came to Hyderabad in 1999. I obviously did not come only for biryani. I didn't think I was going to be in Hyderabad. For whatever reasons, I didn't think I was going to be in Hyderabad because the firm that I joined had an office in Bangalore as well. And my plan was always 6 months in Hyderabad and then I'm in Bangalore, right? It's 25 years now. Except for a few years in the US, I've been in Hyderabad. And there's no way that I'm going to any other city than Hyderabad if I'm going to be in India, right? But the point is, if you look at 2000 picture, right, that's the same Cyber Towers. That's the same Cyber Towers. And just to tell you a story, in 1999, some of my colleagues and me, we were, our office used to be at that point of time, the center of the city, Somajiguda. We had made a weekend picnic visit to see Cyber Towers and other things. And it was around evening 6 o'clock. We just didn't have a way to go back. We walked up to Jubilee Hills Check Post. If you really, I don't look like somebody who walks a lot, but yeah, that's what happened. And at that time, we didn't have things like Uber or Ola, or more importantly, we didn't have Manayatri, right? So in 20 years, you've seen 22 years how things have changed. People have started building solutions that solve for problems in our city, in Bangalore, and we should be really, really proud of it, right? But how has this happened? How has this happened? I mean, we can go into, I don't want to go into each of these bullet points, right? I just want to say that this is a byproduct of a virtuous cycle that has been created by our government policies, private corporate enterprises, and the talent that we have, right? So today, if you really look at Indian cricket team, compared to 25 years back, a lot of people now think that cricket is a true career, right? And it's not happened just because you look at Virat Kohli as a role model. It has happened because the BCCI has built the infrastructure for India to win. Similar things are starting to happen in Olympics as well, right? We're starting to see people win in different sports. And so just as like that, Hyderabad also has been successful because of a lot of people working together, collaborating together, building the infrastructure that provides opportunities for the talent that we already have in Hyderabad. And also the infrastructure attracts talent from other places, right? So it's a virtuous cycle that we have created, which is what has helped us where we are today and where we need to be in 2035, right? So, thankfully, I think somebody also spoke about it. Let's not get into politics, but the good thing is, irrespective of whichever party has been leading the government, we continued in the policies that make the right things for people like us to thrive. And we hope that it will continue, right? But I think, for all of us here, I didn't want to get into anything specific like an AI or a digital asset or a quantum computing, etc. But what I really want to call out the three dimensions that is making Hyderabad a place to be, a place that can help us all thrive in our careers, as well as we can give back to the city to make the city part of a global map, right? I look at them as three dimensions, three I's. One is incubation, two, innovation, and three, infrastructure, right? And we could talk about this in different order, but what I mean by that is, if you, I think to your point, sir, about making it a next Silicon Valley, if you really look at Silicon Valley, right, why is it so successful? Because it brings together some of the world's best institutes, like a Berkeley or a Caltech. It has some of the best companies, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and others, who are really game-changing. And it is bringing together the VCs and others who are willing to invest in the talent. And if you really look at Hyderabad, we are probably going to be having the same infrastructure similar to that. We are able to bring together like the best institutes, right? I mean, I think the kind of work that's happening in IIIT Hyderabad, for example, on some of the most fundamental engineering topics that will bring more cyber security and resilience to the digital world is just awe-inspiring, right? You have the best institutes like IIIT Hyderabad, IIT as an office, IIT as an institute in Hyderabad, and you have the government supporting and doing upskilling programs. A lot of programs are being built by the government, and then we were very fortunate to hear from MSR Garu today about T-Hub, right? There's just a lot of things that accelerators like T-Hub do to Hyderabad. And if you really look at some of the numbers, and I can speak from my experience, we ran a program, we at Broadridge ran a program with T-Hub, as well as with ISB D Labs. And we were just all inspired by the startups that came up and be part of that accelerator programs, right? So what I'm trying to say is that we have great institutes. We have these accelerators like T-Hub, ISB D Labs, and there's a great opportunity for people who want to be founders to network with them, to get to know them and seek their support. And their support is going to really help put you all in a global map, right? And of course, our IT minister also has announced that Hyderabad will be India's first AI city. There's going to be a lot of investment specifically happening around AI, which is going to be really, really beneficial for many of us here. Either you are working in a corporate, or you're working in a product company, or you're dreaming about building a startup that solves some of the most important problems that we have today, right? So this is all, things that are bringing together to make Hyderabad a place that really can help the Indian developers go onto the global map, right? But I'm going to take a pause and ask you, is it enough just for external factors to make you successful in your life? What do you need to be successful in your life? skills, motivation, mindset. Oh, I love that word. Sorry? Not quitting. Yeah, that's a mindset. Sorry? Hunger for growth. Yeah. Passion. Lovely. I think my talk is over. Innovation. Yeah. I just want to take the next 5 minutes to close my talk, right? The city, the country, the infrastructure, all of this can help us be successful. But if our city has to be in the global map, that responsibility also lies in us, right? And how are we going to change? How are we going to uplift ourselves to make that happen, right? We want to leave the next generation be very proud of the city, right? And these are some of the 3 principles that I sort of embraced over the last few years. I wish I had done this before. I started my career as a developer, right? So for the developer community, right, the mindset change that I am requesting you all to think, reflect, and make it happen is move from having a developer mindset to an engineering mindset. What do I mean by that? Far too often, we as developers just think about coding, and we think that's the end of my responsibility, right? I think his name is Magellan, right? The Namayatri founder. He made a great point. He talked about how they thought in systems and not just an application. So the key thing for you to move from a developer to an engineering mindset is think systems, not application. What do I mean by that, right? If you are building an application right from day one, start thinking about what do you want your application to be or what do you want your startup to be 1 year from now, 2 years from now, right? It was very interesting. I think a lot of talk happened around ONDC as well. I was talking to some of the people who were involved in UPI, the NPCI team, and very interestingly, what they said to me was, day one, they were thinking about how to design a system that will be supporting 1 billion plus transactions. They were not thinking about, I just want to build a solution that supports transaction between 2 different accounts digitally, right? They were thinking about how do I scale the system. This is going to be very, very important in making you a 10x engineer. Start thinking about how do I build scalable, secure, and resilient systems, right? This is what I mean by a developer to engineering mindset. The second one that will help us be on the global map is moving from a project to product mindset, right? Too often we always talk about our work in terms of projects. By projects, what do we mean by that? We have a defined requirements, defined scope, somebody gave me a time, somebody gave me a cost, and I'm just happy delivering within that period of time. Mostly we don't deliver. We all often spend more than what it should be, and we delay our projects, and we find excuses, but that's project mindset. What we want is a product mindset, right? Namayatri is a classic example. It's a product mindset. He spoke about empathy. It is so important. If you're going to put ourselves in global map, it is important that we move from a project to product mindset. A product is ever-living organism, in my opinion. It changes. You either pivot with the product as is, or you persevere, or you make those changes that make product deliver value. You don't think about what do I deliver, but you think about what value I have created. I think to be a good startup person, you have to start thinking about what business value have I delivered to my customers. And please, this is the second mindset. I think somebody said mindset, so I love that word, mindset. The first mindset is developer to engineer. The second mindset is project to product. And the third one I'll finish off. This is my new favorite one. This is something that I learned from my CTO. He told me this, and I really love it when he started explaining to me, right? Everybody is doing mostly agile. Why agile? Sorry? Speed to the market, implement, right? Scope for change. Coordination. You know what tends to happen in agile most times? People just think agile means fast and we will run fast. And the most important mindset that he said was, and which this is not mine, but I am adopting it, and I would love for everyone to adopt, is what he said was, go slow to run fast. What do we mean by that, right? The US Navy SEALs, they have a slogan. They say, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. What it essentially means is that when you are building products, be very thorough in your initial days. Understand what is your consumer wanting. Understand how you're going to build the system. Get everything fundamentals right. Take time. Be slow during that phase. Once you do that, then you can be really, really fast in scaling things. I think some of it is what you will learn from the masterclass as well. I think NVIDIA is going to talk about how they're going to optimize cost, etc., right? So go slow to run fast. And I'll just finish with few other things, right? I want each of you to think about your career in terms of a startup and adopt what I personally love, lean startup principles, right? Which really talk about building, measuring, and learning. What are you learning about yourself? What skills are you building about that will help you be in the global map? And what are you measuring about yourself? The right measures that help you be successful, right? So please network more, find a good mentor, upskill yourself. Don't just go by what is the flavor of the season, right? And I will just finish off with one thing. If you are a C or a C++ programmer, please understand your point as well. We don't want another CrowdStrike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kishore, for that very engaging and enlightening session. We need to move from a developer mindset to an engineering mindset. Very well said. As we move towards the end of this wonderful day of learning, let's close with a bang. Our final session is a masterclass in perhaps the most talked about form of AI in recent times. Any guesses which AI I'm talking about? Yes, a little louder. Lovely. Of course, and while Gen AI is known to all and it's everywhere, not every organization has mastered how to develop and deploy it efficiently and cost-effectively. So here's our chance to learn from the best, discover how NVIDIA Gen AI SDKs and workflows, especially the NeMo framework, support the full development cycle of Gen AI models, from data curation to fine-tuning, adding safeguards, and optimize inference RAG services. Conducting this masterclass is Jigar Halani, Director, Solution Architect and Engineer, NVIDIA, and joining him is Amit Kumar, Manager, Solutions Architecture and Engineering for Industries, NVIDIA. Please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you.
I am a translator, transforming text into creative discovery. Movement into animation. And direction into action. I am a healer, exploring the building blocks that make us unique. Modeling new threats before they happen. And searching for the cures to keep them at bay. I am a visionary, generating new medical miracles. And giving us a new perspective on our sun to keep us safe here on Earth. I am a navigator, discovering a unique moment in a sea of content.
We're announcing the next generation.
and the perfect setting for any story. I am a creator, building 3D experiences from snapshots and adding new levels of reality to our virtual selves. I am a helper, bringing brainstorms to life. Sharing the wisdom of a million programmers and turning ideas into virtual worlds.
Build Northern Forest.
I even helped write the script. Breathed life into the words and composed the melody. Brought to life by NVIDIA, deep learning, and brilliant minds everywhere.
Thank you. Audible? Awesome. Good afternoon all. Not bad. Thanks. Thanks, Kishore. It was a lovely presentation. I must say that at least all the prompt that you saw here, every engineering work of that is happening out of Hyderabad, NVIDIA office. Right here, 10 minutes drive from this place. A lot of other engineering work also takes place from Hyderabad, but of course we are spread in this country between Pune, Bangalore, Hyderabad and Gurgaon. But yes, Hyderabad has been a lovely place. I love to come here. I've been coming here since 2004. But great energy and biryani. I will never miss that whenever I come here. So, but good guys, I think everybody talked about generative AI when the question was being asked, right? What in AI? And that's what is taking place. What's most prominent is, the essential part is, it's not just the text, right? I know the image is not coming out properly, but you name the things that you can think having a structure today in the data format, everything is getting worked out in generative AI. Okay, taking some good examples. You want to create a voice, you can use generative AI today. You want to do chemical engineering, you are using generative AI. You want to create materials, people are using generative AI. You want to do genome sequencing or create synthetic data, we are using generative AI, right? And the process is just not getting over. Robots are getting operated out, getting simulated in generative AI format, and thereby human robots are becoming more and more pervasive, and we are seeing this transformation in the last 6 months taking place at a pace which is unparalleled, essentially. With all said and done, how do I apply this technology? And that's where we thought, when we come to Hyderabad, let's have YourStory and NVIDIA put together a class where we try and help you understand what these nuances are, how can you build this within a week's time, go live within a couple of days, and still optimize the pipeline that you're looking for it, and be as accurate as what the management's expectations are, right? So building upon what Yogesh said, build a world-class product, have the right thing in play, at the same time use the technology in the most cost-effective way and the efficient way to execute it. So with that, let me get started, and I'll hand over the battle to Amit after a point where he will walk you through some of the things, some use cases. And I'm sure you have been reading about this, knowing about this, you have been using it. But let me tell you very honestly, what has been mentioned over here are some of the most complex tasks that people are trying to execute. What has not been mentioned is the most simple task that you guys see as an application called ChatGPT, right? And then you use the endpoint APIs to make these things work, and you create a lot of chats around it or tools around it or helping co-pilots around it to drive innovation essentially. But what we have mentioned over here are some of the most complex tasks happening in the most simplest way, what the world is trying to do in these domains. Okay, some examples. And let me assure you, if I start with finance, because Yogesh just concluded, and he comes from a finance background, if I have to take that example, in the morning also, in the afternoon session also, we talked about UPI, right? you will hear by this month end on the fraud detection UPI at scale using generative AI technology, right, at FinTech Fest. So wait for those announcements, wait for how the technology is changing the world, and the fraud is getting detected essentially as well. And how does the synthetic data is getting generated for simulating or having this model to be trained further, right? So we're talking about complex tasks happening out of India with the most billion people touching kind of application. Make sense? Okay. But guess what? Building this is not that easy. At the same time, it's not that complex as well. The reason behind that is you need to know the nuance, you need to know the pipelines, you need to know what technology to be used behind, and how do you optimize these things. And the building blocks are fairly complex, but you need to break them down. Each of these functions are of its own nature. You need a team for this, which needs to execute, starting from data acquisition to curation, to pre-training them, model customization, inferencing strategy that you want to apply it, and then finally guardrail, right? Because you don't want to have your data to go out or get disclosed to one or the other users that you have it in your environment, right? And to build all these things, you need 4 pillars. Of course, you need an infrastructure. You need a skill, which is what we all are here for, right? And that's the talent pool that India talks about it. And we need to keep innovating ourselves in that direction, keep having learning curve in that direction essentially as well, right? You need a lot of training data as well. Now, this is where, again, a nuance comes in. Hey, I have a limited data. You can generate synthetic data today. That's also where generative AI is trying to help you as well, right? And then, of course, you need a bunch of good tools. And that's where most of the time you get lost, right? You believe you have skill, you can buy infrastructure, right? You have some data and you know you can generate some data, or there are open source models which has given you pre-trained models with those data points and all. Which are the tools that I should consume it? And how do I make it the most, right? And then, of course, you want to choose a technology that is available across, be it cloud, on-prem, or even the non-internet-based environment, because you might have a very secure things in play essentially as well, right? Which is running across. We have built 3 to test ourselves how this is working out for the market. It starts with language, we call it as NEMO, goes into bioinformatics as well. Soon we will have something for robotics, which has got announced recently. Soon something is coming up for chemistry and for weather forecasting as well. And the last one, which is already up and running, is for the visual content as well, because we come from the graphics background. So we always wanted to rejoice the graphics part of the story as well. How can we help the content creators and people who are in the graphics industry as well? So 3 pipelines, and this has been announced like about 2 years back. Since then it has been beta, went into live, production, API-based, microservices enabled. We have seen the full-fledged journey. And today when we enable so many companies with AI, and the only company in the planet which is generating AI, working with every other company on the planet which is trying to consume AI, we now have built these tools to help you guys maximize the understanding and usage of your data that you have it. With that, let me hand it over to Amit, who will walk you through what this journey is looking like. Thank you. Over to you, Amit.
Thank you so much, Jigar. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yep. So primarily what I'll cover essentially is I'll go in depth, and I'll talk about that, how you can build Gen AI pipelines since you are a developer essentially. So before I start, I would like to know how many of you, I know you have used ChatGPT or other Perplexity AI just for search purpose, but how many of you actually use those in code as a Python code? How many of you have used? Okay, superb. I think that's 40%. Yeah. How many of you actually have downloaded those models from Hugging Face or wherever, and then did that? I think I would say 10 to 15%, right? Approximately, yeah. So what I'm going to do is that I'll tell you that how this pipeline we can build using NVIDIA stack, right? And then you'll ask that, okay, why should I build using NVIDIA stack? And I'll tell you the reason why. The framework name which Jigar mentioned, the NEMO, which actually is NVIDIA's umbrella offering for generative AI, right? So why it becomes very, very important? Because it's a cloud agnostic. Same technology works on cloud. Any cloud, for example, you can see the bottom letter. Same technology work on premise. So essentially, if you build a pipeline, same pipeline you can migrate from one cloud to another cloud, and the same pipeline you can migrate on-premise, depending on your economics calculation, right? And you'll see marginal. So I'll come to that, how it actually affects the bottom line of your org and improves the upper line as well, revenue as well. Yeah. So the first thing, if any GenAI pipeline, especially I'll focus upon language, because GenAI got its, I would say, success through it became household name with ChatGPT. Actually, even AI became household name with the ChatGPT, right? So it's all started with the text. So I'll focus more upon text. Yeah. So the first thing which comes, and that these models, right? You'll have heard about Llama, Mixtral, GPT-4, different variants from Microsoft coming, then NVIDIA comes, Nemotron. Last week, Mark Zuckerberg announced Llama 3.1, 405 billion model. You would have heard about this. It was big in news, right? So all of these models actually, they see internet scale data set. Trillions of tokens. Tokens usually means words. Not exactly, but we can assume, at least for this conversation, right? So trillions of words we have to actually process. That's where it requires acceleration. Okay? If we keep on doing that sequentially, it's going to cost a lot of money on the cloud, and even if you do on-premise, it's going to cost you a lot of money on the servers, right? So that's where NVIDIA's technology comes, not just GPU. We're not talking here about GPU, but the software, data curator essentially. So NEMO data curator, what it does is that it basically does data pre-processing once you download data from internet or wherever, all sources, cleaning and all that. I'll cover that in detail. Then it comes to the customization, because obviously you would like to, if you are into, you are building the pipeline, you would like that model to behave good in your domain. You would like to customize that model so that it solves my problem, right? I mean, or for that, what people typically, the trend has started that people are building purpose-built model rather than building a, let's say, 1 trillion token model, 1 trillion parameter model. People are sticking to, let's say, 2 billion, 5 billion, 7 billion, as long as it serves my purpose, right? So that's why the customization is very, very important. That's why people take their own data set and they tune their model to their own use. And then it comes the evaluation. If you have done all those initial two things, to what extent you are able to achieve the goal that you wanted. That's where evaluation comes, okay? And you would have heard about something called RAG pipeline, RAG, right? So that's where the name actually, so it's like our SDK name, I would say. The pipeline name is, which helps in building pipeline, is Retriever. So why RAG is important? Because you know that these models are frozen in time, essentially, right? Actually, once they release the model, they see that, okay, this model has seen the data set till, let's say, April or whichever. I mean, after that, it has not seen the data set. But if that model has to be useful, right, then it has to fetch the real-time data set. That's where your RAG pipeline comes into picture. So it's like you add LLM-powered ChatGPT to that's what exactly Bing did, right? So now, once you build these models, and it has a lot of people actually come up with, a lot of ethical concerns are there. I'm not going there. But it has many, apart from ethical concerns, it has many other concerns as well. Right? Toxicity, bias, politically, that, I mean, all those things. So how to address that so that it doesn't become controversial and it's useful? That's where our guardrails comes into picture, right? So you see that we are going in the sequences, right? And once we did everything else, and then the most important thing comes, I would say, why most important? I'll explain that. That is inferencing. So whatever NVIDIA has to offer in inferencing, we call it NIM, the last one. NEMO Inferencing Microservice, right? And why I'm saying this inferencing is the most important thing, because you have, now it's the era of, I would say, there are two groups, but you will see that open source models, more and more open source models are coming, right? So what people are doing, they are taking those models, they're taking their own data set, they're fine-tuning those models for their use case, right? And they're deploying these models. So now, if GenAI has to be cost-effective, then my deployment also has to be cost-effective, because your model training is one-time job. Right? And maybe, iteration, I'll train it again after 6 months or 3 months. But your inferencing is a recurring cost, right? If your scale is higher, if you're, let's say, somebody like Walmart, somebody like, people like the website that people hate, a lot of Flipkart and all those names. So if you are, if you have, let's say 200, requests coming per second, those kind of, or maybe 10,000 requests coming per second, and if my solution has to be viable, how I can do at the minimal cost, and that simply cannot happen just by the GPUs. It happens only because of the right software that NVIDIA writes for those GPUs. That's where this inferencing microservice comes into picture. I'll talk about it. So data curation, I'll just mention about it. I'll rather not go in detail. Just be aware that there's a library which does it in a very, very effective manner of internet scale data set, and in the parallel manner. Because the most important thing here is that, in these data set, a lot of things are duplicated, right? I mean, you never know what is similar to what. So what we have written, algorithm essentially, that find the deduplication in a parallel manner, right? So something which you used to do earlier, let's say 5 days, now you can do in 5 minutes. So that's how you can, reduce your cost. So I'll just go a bit, I would say, one level down, essentially, in terms of technicality. So once, let's say, you have the data points, now these models you would have heard about, Llama was trained in 10,000 H100 GPUs for these many days, this kind of thing you keep on, in the news you would have heard. So now the thing is that how I can train these big models, like the way OpenAI trained, Llama came up with 405 billion, those big models training, usually, it happens on the multi-node, multi-GPU setup. So what it means essentially, in one server, there'll be 8 GPU, for example, and you have hundreds of those servers which are connected via network, right? Now, how you can do that very, very effectively, if I have to just run one program, one command, and my model training will start on all of those GPUs, essentially, 100 into 800 GPUs, right? How that is a very, very complex thing, right? So that's where NVIDIA comes, and it provides you a library called Megatron. It's wrapped under NeMo, and we just have it has all good things like tensor parallelism, pipeline parallelism. Essentially, it means that, just to simplify, that these models are very, very memory intensive. For example, just simple example, if I'm talking about 70 billion model, Llama 70 billion, because it will, and so it will take approximately 140 GB. FP16, right? So approximately it will take 140 GB. Similarly, if talking about 405 billion model parameter, it will take 810 GB. That is just the model size. So 810 GB means that even if you are on the most advanced GPU, it will just, for fitting the model, you need to split the model at least into more than 10 parts. So who will do all those things? Obviously, an end programmer cannot do all those things. It's a very, very difficult task. And that's where NVIDIA comes and gives you how to do those things very, very effectively. So for them, it's more of a config file change. That's all it is. Yeah? Now, I'll just go to, so typically how these things, so as Jigar mentioned that enterprises, they have two options essentially. People either consume GenAI via API call, right? They rely upon Gemini, OpenAI services, or there are folks actually who are building for their own, essentially, right? Or there are folks who are doing both things. And in the time, it depends on the task, right? And whatever. So this is actually, more for the folks who are building the technology, or, who are actually fine-tuning the model for their own use case, right? And they want to host the model either on-premise or on the cloud, but it will not be API call, essentially. That's why it will, you can decrease the cost. So these are the steps. I'll not go much in detail, but people who are aware of GenAI, so typically, just to simplify, why GenAI become very, very popular, the fundamental reason behind it, very fundamental reason behind it is that, and why it's called foundational model. You would have heard about the word foundation. Why it's called foundational model? Because once model is done, once model is trained, then to use those model for your use case, you don't have to do much. You just have to give prompts. So what happened that it's kind of democratized. Earlier, let's say 3 years back, 4 years back, there was a BERT architecture, transformer-based BERT architecture. So people used to, for each task, people used to train the model on, and obviously it requires certain skills which usually was with the data scientist, typically. Now, what this foundation model did that, now you have this foundation model, now you can start just with the prompt tuning, essentially. That can be done by, I would say, prompt engineers, right? Doesn't require that much expertise. That actually, most of the time, that does that solves the problem. If it doesn't solve the problem, then there are ways people do it. Because if there's a model, something called 70 billion or 405 billion model, rather than tuning all those parameters, people actually decide, okay, I'll just touch upon, let's say, 0.1% of those parameters, correct? Because I want to save my cost on my compute, because if I'm on the cloud, I have to pay rent, like GPU-enabled instances is costly, right? And if I'm on, and GPU itself is a costly, right? So to that happen, how we can effectively make use of that? So that's where NVIDIA demo frameworks provide you all these adapters, low rank, adapters, LoRa, IA3. And in the last, then there's something you'd have heard about, you think about this, there's a Llama, and then you'll think another thing will be Llama Instruct. You would have seen that, I'll show you that. So how to make your model chat prone, chatty, so that it can chat with a human. That's where people do SFT, supervised fine tuning. That's the flow people do. You make that model towards, steer towards the way that you want. And ultimately, the people use reinforcement learning so that the model behaves the way we want, right? According to human preferences. That's where reinforcement learnings are used. So in all of these, with this framework, it's just a one function call, and it's all taken care of. The thing is that, doing all of this, what we have seen empirically, that it saves you 30 to 40% time. It saves you 30 to 40% time for training of one particular model. So it means that if it was taking you, $1 million, because training these foundation models are costly affair. So if it was taking you $1 million, it will just take you 600, you just remove the, 60% of that cost it will take you. 40% is gone. You saved 40%. How? Just by being aware of this open source tool called Nemo, and just by awareness you did that, right? So that's what it provides, So we want, and that's the purpose of NVIDIA. We want people to use our GPUs in a most effective manner, so that, Now, So now let's talk about, evaluating this model are also AI tasks essentially. Obviously, manually we can evaluate, but when we talk about, thousands of data set, doing that manually, evaluation means what? I trained a model, and I want to see that if this model is serving my purpose or not, right? So for that purpose, I can do it manually, or I can use AI. So for that purpose, we have, we call it evaluator, so that you can use those functions call, essentially we call it, academic benchmarks, custom benchmark, or using another LLM as a judge to, judge your LLM quality. So two LLMs are actually running in parallel. So those things are actually provided in the evaluator. Now I'll cover the most important part. Why I'm saying most important, because as I mentioned initially, is that inferencing is a recurring cost, right? That's where what NVIDIA has done is that we have come up with something called, inferencing microservice, NIM, right? And what it is, it's not API call essentially. What it is that now, if let's say I decided one model, I am happy with one model, right? Results of one model. What I'll do is that I will deploy those models where on-premise or on the cloud, right? And what this NIM does is that, it gives you those, using just by one command, essentially. Just by one command, you get 5x optimization. So I'll tell you how it turns into economics, right? You see that? So it just tells you that, okay, without NIM and with NIM, just by using this container, essentially. This is container which you can, download on your computer, GPU-enabled server, or you can, if you're on the cloud, on your VM. On your VM you can download, but you don't have to make any API call as such, right? So in that, just by using this software, you'll get the 5x improvement in throughput. What it means practically? It means practically is that if I'm able to serve 100 requests per second, now by just using this, I'll be able to serve 500 users per second. So, right? So I hope you understood the economics, right? So if I have to achieve the 500 users, then I have to scale. I would have to bought 5 servers or something like, the cost will be 5 times. Now the cost is what? I saved around 500 to 1, 5 to 1 essentially. That much saving you did just by using, one software, NIM. Now, and just one thing, and that, again, same thing we are saying in a different manner, essentially, right? Now, so NIM is an enterprise product, essentially, because it's something which actually, you can do in 5 minutes. I mean, that's what we have done. So, I mean, and Jigar mentioned when he started that how you can build the pipeline and deploy in 5 minutes, all for all popular architectures with this NIM software. But NVIDIA also has the option of open source one in this Triton TensorRT LLM. This is an open source way. Some people prefer that way, if they have time, bandwidth, or if they have large number of, engineers, MLOps guys, then they prefer TRT or open source way. But the people who want to reach the market very, very fast, GTM, they use NIM framework, right? Because they don't have to bother about all of those optimization and all of those, security patches on essentially something which is production ready, right? Your ops team will not have to bother much about it. And this is important because this thing, models you keep on, these new architectures will be keep on coming. Every architecture will have its own nuances. And once people are using NIM, NVIDIA takes care of all those nuances. So your developers won't have to bother about, how to optimize it further. And this one is, and you would have seen that in the first video, right? You would have seen that, every domain, you saw that, starting from space to, healthcare, everywhere, NVIDIA's presence was there. And you say the same thing, GenAI, which is applicable to, all the domain, whether it's a text, whether it's a video, whether it's a healthcare, or whether it's a digital biology. You say for everything, we have a NIMS, inferencing microservice, right? If you want to discover, for example, drug discovery company, people who discover new drugs, for example, in AstraZeneca and all, that people who actually discover new drugs, what they do essentially is that they are also using GenAI, putting DNA sequence, RNA sequence, and getting 3D protein structure as the output, so that you know that how to compounds or binding is happening. That's how people discover drug, and that's where this our BioNemo framework we call it, and we have an inferencing service for that as well, right? So for every domain, essentially, I just took one example, but the name is displayed here. Yeah, and this is the one I just showed you the pipeline, how we build any RAG pipeline. And typically these things we have to take care of. Since I promised that I'll talk about how to build the pipeline, so I'll just talk about some of the important component. For example, one thing is retriever, because that's important for RAG, retrieving data set. One is NIM, I already spoke about it. And then one thing is a multimodality, right? You don't want to just do with the text, but rather you have to think about how I can take care of images and text both, or how I can take care of images plus text plus tables plus video all at once. That's where multimodality comes into picture. And if you're talking about multimodality in terms of LLMs or Gen AI, then you have to do the same thing for the data retrieval as well, right? I mean, it's a same thing essentially. So that's how, and if you use this kind of setup, and that's where we help actually people who come to us, ask us, okay, I want to solve this problem, please suggest me what is the best way to do it. And we suggest solution, okay, this is the best way you can do this thing on the same infrastructure essentially. Or what would be the best infrastructure if you do this way, yeah? And just one thing Garden anyway spoke about. So I just would like to highlight one point. Yeah, I just want to show something. So you have been given QR code link there, right? So if you scan, I'll go to the QR code. So I was talking about this one, right? I was telling that NVIDIA has something on Playground. You just build.nvidia.com. If you do that, you'll be reaching to this site, and there you can actually experiment with any model. Lots of model we keep on adding. Llama came some days back, so obviously, so synthetic data creation for chatting, you can just do it here. So it gives you a playground. Before you start using any model, first you can test it here. Yeah. So that's the most important. That's one of the important things we have seen developer using it across, and you get very prompt response here, and all the good models are hosted here. Yeah. So now coming back to that, so I just would like to show you the link. You can scan these links so that. So if you want to, the one side you just scan the left one, you'll get that build.nvidia.com. And we also have a sample code example, because of time constraint, I will not go there. But you can actually very easy to understand code has been written by NVIDIA experts using the first thing actually, endpoints, right? So that people who are starting their journey in GenAI, they can learn very quickly. Yeah. Now, I would like to, and one thing I would like to add is that since India is a nation of developers, right? So you have something very, very exciting announcement which Jigar is going to do now.
Thanks, Amit. You be here. I think let's take some Q&A as well if we have. Any question, team? Guys here? Come, Amit. Yes.
Financial background. So I just wanted to know, like, when it comes to finance and fintech companies, right? So data is very, they're very sophisticated and they're not very easy to adapt to new technologies and all because of rules and regulations and lots of data breach and all. So how can you bring confidence when you sell your model to them, saying that, we can bring this much of accuracy, or how can you sell this product?
Yeah. So first of all, actually, the word actually we don't sell models. So essentially, what we do, most of our models are open source. Now coming to your question to finance domain, I'll take one example. There's something called Bloomberg GPT. So what Bloomberg and NVIDIA, they came together, and that was one of the first foundation model in the world which was built for finance domain. So what people do essentially is that, to handle those kind of scenario, as I mentioned, the data curation, because there are lots of issues are coming in copyright as well. What if your LLM generates something violates somebody's copyright or IPR? You'll be in legal trouble, right? So companies want to avoid those things. That's where your data selection becomes very, very important. Data curation becomes very important. And also your guardrails becomes very, very important. If somebody is bothered about, I'm not sure whether on the cloud, like say, for example, sectors such as defense, it's very, very, very sensitive sector. So people would like to keep everything on-premise, right? And for model also, you have guardrails. So those kind of things actually make sure. And just to, and let's go the basic, very basic depth. We have, NVIDIA has a confidential computing. So the moment all these code bits, bytes reach to GPU, there also encryption and decryption is there. So that way we secure it, those things. Even in computation part.
So by the way,
computation, yeah.
Just to add to Amit what he said, right? Like finance is so sensitive about the data and its security, VLSI is equally sensitive. And we gets the most attacked, and you understand when we get attacked, what happens to the world, right? If our design comes out, then we have no IPs left essentially, right? If in your case something happens, only a portion of a customer gets impacted to an extent. In our case, everything gets impacted. So every industry is sensitive, number one. Number two, these are not tools which are competition. These are tools which are completely open source. Everything that Amit has tried showing it over here is open source. We work with every hyperscaler that you might be exploring it or you might be working with it. We work with Microsoft, Google, AWS, Oracle, regional cloud providers. We work with Hugging Face. Hugging Face hosting is done on our cloud in collaboration with us, and their inferencing and testing that you do is happening in collaboration with NVIDIA, right? So we co-develop with all these guys. All these tools are trying to help you is basically go live as fast as possible, be more neutral. Tomorrow, if a new model is getting introduced, how can you have that model adopted, tested, tried, and then applied in your production environment and still change the course of guard from the previous generation of model that you were trying to use to the new generation of model. And these models are coming very fast. Right? Last week, we had 2 new models which got announced. Last week, my bad, right? I think 3 weeks before, 2 more models were announced. How do you stay relevant, thereby you achieve more efficiency, more accuracy, more security, and so on and so forth. These tool allows you to do that. Okay? Yeah.
So you talked about RAG and RAG patterns, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is it inbuilt with a RAG evaluation metrics already, or else
Yes.
we need to make it as a customer?
Yes, so we have a lot of, I would say that all popular RAG evaluation metrics, for example, top K, that's what people do. Recall, typically recall is something that people do. But we have in the framework, you can actually write wrapper on the top of it as well. So you can derive it and you can custom made RAG metrics as well. Because some of the use cases, top K, let's say top 5, is not that important. For them, let's say I need to do for me, let's say more than recall, I'm bothered about precision. Then people can, customize it. But typically in more scenario in RAG, it's recall, but still you can customize it. So we have 5-6 metrics for RAG evaluation, but we also provide customization option essentially that you can do. Yeah.
So
Okay.
one more last question. So how about system prompting? So can we customize our system prompting, or how you have already mechanism
No,
where?
so system prompting, system prompting essentially depends on the model, right? System prompting is I would say, for each model, the way you give it a prompt, like for example, the way you give system prompt to Llama will be slightly different from, or the behavior will be slightly different from the Mixtral. So I would say that it's more of a property of a foundation model than a RAG pipeline essentially, right? So system prompt or few shot learning that people call it. One thing is system prompt, and then you want to, let's say, give 10, 15, just want to show the example to the model. So that depends on the model architecture that you're going ahead with, not with that much with the RAG pipeline. Yeah.
Okay, we are running short of time. Maybe last question.
Yeah. So do you have any roadmap of running your GenAI models on the quantum computing platforms?
Okay. We have quantum simulators, which runs on GPU today. We truly believe that quantum computers are at least a decade away from now in terms of production. We hope to make it much faster. But today we work with every other quantum computing company which is trying to manufacture the computers to simulate their environment in our GPUs. And we certify with everybody. So it's the same GPU that does quantum simulation as well for you, for which we have a library called cuQuantum that you can go and download it free of cost and work it out on the same GPU where your LLMs are also working. Okay, sorry, we are running short of time, but we are here in the tea break. Let's meet up. Yeah, I have 2 more slides. It's an announcement of an event within an event while we are sitting here on in the event, and that is NVIDIA is conducting its first AI summit in Bombay in October. It's going to be a mega event for us. We call this as a mini GTC, if you know GTC of NVIDIA. At GTC, every March, we bring together at least 20,000 plus people physically and virtually over 2 lakh people, and gamut of CEO and CXOs gather to that event as well. You could see those, videos and photos and all the recordings of 500 sessions that has happened for the GTC of 2024. A mini version of that for India specifically, with about 50 plus talks, talk about our latest and greatest SDKs and library, with over 30 plus partners who are going to be on the exhibition floor, is what we are trying to bring as experience at Bombay. And for this event specifically, this has got just announced yesterday, and we have made sure that for the event, we are bringing in a special, stuff as well, and that is we are bringing up the registration at a discounted price, right? So we are offering 50% discount in this event for the event only, for you to experience at Bombay. My bad. It's running too fast, like GPU. Okay. Trust me, when you will come, the price will not be a notion for you. It has a lot of certification that's going to happen on ground. We're going to have a lot of masterclasses. We are going to host a mega startup VC roundtables and discussions. It's going to be a 3-day show at Bombay in Geo Center. And Jensen is going to be there as a keynote. That was the last thing. Thank you. Thank you, Hyderabad. Okay, over to you.
That amazing and insightful session. Thank you so very much, Jigar and Amit. Did you all enjoy that? Did you all learn something new today? All right, so just as we end, I wanted to just give out, I'm feeling a little generous. Can I get one gentleman and one lady to take the mic stand? I just want to ask you all, what was your experience from today? And what were your 2 best takeaways? Amazing, okay. Did someone say zinc? I can't hear properly. Can you speak louder? New perspective, okay. Amazing, new perspective. What is something you will take away and apply from today? Pardon? Next event is not free. Are you listening, people backstage? All right. Okay, can I have a female voice to sum up? Can you stand up and speak? Sorry. Think ahead. Wear a thinker and do a hat. Lovely. Can you please, Monisha, give her a mug? Thank you. Pardon? Build products with empathy. Yes. Can you give the mug away to the lady in the second row, Monisha, please? Thank you. Now that the mugs are going up, louder voices are coming. Yeah, okay. Meeting different. Okay, that's a very specific piece of feedback. All right. Monisha, can you give away the prize to the gentleman in the check shirt and to this person in the grey t-shirt? And yes, sir. That's the last one. Yeah. Right. Okay, that was also, give him the big one. He gave the longest answer. Build and scale in India. Okay, that was our last answer. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our program today. I'm going to thank our partners once again. Please bear with me. Thank you so much to Snowflake, Manayatri, IVI, and Hiring Eye. Thank you to Introbot for collaborating with us on YourStory Connect. Thank you to ISB for being our venue partner. Thank you to you for being such an amazing audience. I'm your host, Moksha Tannen. It was really wonderful to be here today. Thank you for being so engaging and so interactive and so wonderful. I hope to see you all again soon. Tvaralo Malli Kalastamu.